Myself, Mrs. Madhura Andurkar. Myself, Mrs. Madhura Andurkar. After doing my post-graduation in electronics, so see, I'm an electronics person by heart. So after doing the post-graduation, I was working for 3 years in a process control-based industry. If you are from a local background, Pune or nearby, there is a company called as Alpha Laval. It's a multinational company actually. So it has a sister branch called as SAT control. So that was basically in process-based automation. So I was working in embedded systems as a R&D engineer. And then we were in charge. We were like looking after the flow controllers, temperature controllers, entire automating the process for the plant, that stuff. And then for the next 8 years, I was working with uh, TIFR, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. And I was very fortunate to be the part of the national project called as GMRT. I don't know whether you've heard of it. GMRT is your Giant Matter Wave Radio Telescope. And if you know about it, it is a place on Pune-Nasik highway of Narayanggaon. And if you happen to go on that road, you will see array of huge gigantic antennas. And it is not an optical telescope, it is a radio telescope. And we have something like 25 antennas spread over a huge campus. And all of them are involved in tracking celestial bodies. So of course, I was not having any part of astronomy. I'm not a astronomer or anything to do with that. So my job was basically I was in charge of developing antenna-based computer, which used to track the movements of the antennas for a particular celestial source, pulsar, quasars, and all those things. And then also I was part of getting that data from the antenna-based computer to the central electronics building. And that is where we had image processing tools and all to analyze the data. And that was then the part of astronomers. And then after that, for next 15 plus years, I've been part of training, corporate training, as well as institutionalized training like CDAC, where I'm mainly involved with Java and associated technologies. So rest assured, you are in good hands. So we are starting today onwards with basics, core Java. So first week generally we spend, now I'm talking about how the course is going to progress. So we are going to first deal with like why Java, what is it, JDK, JRE, JVM, the basic stuff. You guys already had some basic, some prerequisites like if else, for loops, the basic introduction to arrays. I think that is already done, right? Am I right in saying that?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
basic syntax, good. So, we don't have to waste our precious time in revisiting. I have slides and the reading material a lot, but the point is that much assumptions, some of the assumptions, at least basic C syntax, I'll be assuming. And on the top of that, whatever. So first week involves your object-oriented principles. And if you talk to any of your seniors, they will tell you there are key areas where they grill you a lot in interviews, which is object-oriented principles. Then another favorite area, the most favorite I would say, is the collection framework, which is nothing but a data structures in Java. And then another area is threads. So we'll be spending good amount of time accordingly. And once you are comfortable, once you are, I would say, yes, comfortable and you confident in core Java, then after you do some database and in between modules, I'll be taking you to advanced Java. So let us get started. The thing is, we have, this online working model. You have been working on this for a long time now. So here, whatever is the topic relevant questions, you can ask me anytime. And that too on a chat. It should be on a public chat. I generally don't respond to any direct message because I want whatever you ask, it could be somebody else's question. So please put it on a public chat. And in case I'm in the middle of topic, I may not answer it immediately, but we will have some time where you will be given time to ask questions. I'm not at all stopping you from asking in between, but if there are too many in between questions, the whole thread of discussion is lost. So we will manage it accordingly. Only thing is, don't unmute yourself unless until I tell you so, because then it causes a lot of confusion and a lot of chaos in the whole meeting. Okay, so thank you very much for that cooperation, and let us get started. So I hope you have received my installation instructions. Swati ma'am must have shared them with you. Have you received installation instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so has everyone, please mute yourself. So here, I'll just explain it in case. So if you might be thinking that already we are in Java 15, Java 16, and why she's asking us to install JDK 11. So there is a term called as LTS, the long time support. Okay, so that is JDK 8 is a major milestone version, and now it is JDK 11. So if you see your contents, we are just talking about Java 8 features only. But if I ask you to load JDK 1.8 as per your syllabus, JDK 1.8 is reaching EOL, end of license, by September. So why then upgrade again and all that? So I'm saying last stable version we have is Java 11, and that is what I have requested you to load. So again, let me make myself clear. Currently, as far as our Java training goes for core Java as well as advanced Java, stick to the same version. And I've also given the instructions regarding the IDE. So stick to the same IDE. So whenever I give instructions, you will not find them. I mean, you will find exactly matching, and whatever we give, whatever we say will work universally. So that is a small request. Later, later means much later in our just before projects and all, we'll be talking about important concepts such as a full stack application and all that. So at that time I will say, I will show you how to upgrade if you if you want to upgrade to Java 5 to Java 15 and all. But today, till almost end of advanced Java, stick to the same version. So let me open. I'm not sure whether 100% of you have done that. So everyone has to download JDK 11. I've given you the link. Just choose your platform and go ahead with it. Anyway, I'll be taking care of one batch every day. So at that time I can repeat. But there is nothing like there is accept okay kind of a thing. So you should have already done it. After you have installed, look at the instructions, because I'm not there in all the labs. So I'm showing you what are the things you should check. So just open your command prompt, or if you're on Linux or Mac, you can open the terminal and you just have to say Java -minus version. Some of you or most of you could be already knowing these commands, so just bear with me for the revision. So you should all see Java version 11, the update version. This 0.7 is the update version. That can be anything. Okay, and you will see that it is a long time support. And here, this is also with the trademark. I mean, this I have downloaded from Oracle. If you do it from OpenJDK, that is also fine. As far as you are, as long as you are getting JDK 11, I'm okay. So are we clear about how to check whether your Java is installed correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Is everyone clear?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Now, the other thing, a very important thing. See, I don't want to go, or none of you want to go to JDK bin. There is a binary folder where all the executables are. I'll show you. Let me not sound vague. So, for example, if you have a SSD, solid state drive, I would suggest you install in that, because then it will be so fast to launch your Java applications. So if you're working on Windows, I'm showing a Windows installation here. So if you see, this will be under program files, Java, and you will see entire JDK folder. JDK stands for what? Java Development Kit, right? So below that, if you see, there is a bin folder where, because I'm working on Windows, all DLL, otherwise .sh files as per the platform it would be. And if you scroll down, you will see lot of applications. So in the first few basic programming concept things, you must have already used Java C. What do you use Java C for? Compiling Java sources. And what do you use Java for? Launching the Java application. Has everyone used Java compiler and Java by now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you are all familiar with it. And because that is my baseline, I need to know what is my starting point. So the point I'm trying to make is all these tools, all these Java tools, all these executables, applications are here. So the first, I think I've written or I've not written. Let's see. Okay, this is only for installation, but I have written it in my other part of the document. So when you see readme day one, all this is going to be shared. Okay, so I'll come to why Java and all that. But before we start on that, first thing you please do, you don't want to go to JDK bin folder and then launch Java from there. So you would like to compile Java and you would like to, sorry, I started my database. So you would like to compile and run the application from anywhere, right? So for that, what is it we do? We set path. Okay, so I'm just showing you how to set path on Windows as an environment variable. You can do the same thing with the bash script and all in the etc profiles file in your Unix based systems. So if you want, you can do it right now. If you have already done it, then just ignore my statements. So here I'm saying set the path as the first entry to JDK bin. So if you just say path, it will take you to environment variables. I just typed path here. I hope you observed. And here, as you can see, there is a path variable. I hope you are looking at it and listening and properly concentrating. I'm not talking about the user specific environment variables. I'm talking about the system variables. So you can see there's a path variable here, edited, and here I have already given, but since I want to do everything from scratch with you, let me delete this entry. So what is it you are going to do? You are going to add the JDK 11 bin as the first entry in the path. Okay, so let us do this. Go to the folder structure wherever you have Java. Java means JDK bin. So copy the path. So I just clicked on it, Control C, and then go to, this could be very basic to some of you, but I'm not taking chance. Everyone should be at the same position, same level. And now you can say, you understood what I did? I just picked up the address. I just copied the address of that new, and I just said Control V, pasted it. Okay. So, but it becomes the last entry. So if you can see, I've got so many softwares. For example, I've got a Oracle database. I've got MySQL database. They also work in Java. So this has to be the first entry. So in short, simply move it up all the way. And the instruction I'm saying is, hear this clearly. So the first entry in the path should be JDK 11 bin. Are we all clear? No. Yogendra, you don't have to save the projects on SSD. All the tools such as Eclipse IDE and Java, I'm suggesting, and any other tools. For later, I'll give you web server Tomcat. So those applications, you save it in SSD. Okay, so this is what it is. I hope everyone understood it. Okay, it all the way. And after that, when you open, you may not have seen the, I would say, because of the font size. So now when I say, if you say path, just type path. And what is it you are looking at? The first entry in the path is JDK 11 bin. Are we all clear about setting the path?
Yes, ma'am.
Is everyone clear? Okay, great. So this is the starting point so that you can launch Java from anywhere. And whenever I come to the package.js class paths and all, I'll give additional instructions that way. So now let me close unnecessary stuff. Okay, sorry. Before I close unnecessary, the installation instructions, are we going to start on ID today, tomorrow? Answer is no. Because, if you start on IDE directly, what happens is then the internals such as setting the class path, the meaning of the class path, generation of the class files, and some basic core rules are, I never never become visible. So for today, tomorrow at least, and maybe day and third half day, we will be working with on command prompt. You can open any text editor. I'm going to open our VS Code. It also is a kind of IDE, but still, at least it is not the full-fledged IDE like Eclipse. Okay, so here but on the third day onwards, definitely we are going to work on IDE. So I don't want you to suffer that one IDE for core Java, one for advanced Java, and likewise, and one for your project. So I don't want that. So suggestion is I've given everything is written in a proper most manner so that if you just read it thoroughly, carefully, you can't make a mistake. So just open this, and if you open this link, you will see this is all about there is a ID called as STS. So you'll be wondering which new ID. You are wrong. It is nothing but Spring Tool Suite is nothing but the Eclipse ID having Spring plugins. So Spring is a framework in which you will be developing your backend. You know, your project you should be creating as a full stack application. So the front end will be done in React, and all you have learned CSS and Bootstrap and all those things, HTML and JavaScript. I mean, React is that, and the backend we will be developing in a in Spring Boot. So that is the best tool for supporting Spring Boot based development, Spring based development. So if you come down here, I've given complete instructions. So choose the link as per your platform and keep it downloaded. Don't start using it today. So I hope the instructions are simple and clear. Just follow this and make sure that everyone, I mean, you have done it. Now, the lifeline of Java developer is Java Docs, Java API documentation. So what is API, guys? Because I don't know you, so I have to know which level I have to start from. What is API? Anyone?
Application Programming Interface.
Okay, application programming interface. So here, whenever you say API, Java APIs, Python APIs, or your JavaScript APIs, that is nothing but runtime libraries. So without reinventing the wheel, you can start using some of the methods, some of the constructors, some of the data members, whatever are available. So here you cannot survive. Today, tomorrow, yes, you can. But when you go to the high-end frameworks such as collection framework and later Spring MVC and whatever, you have to have Java support. I mean Java doc support. So this is an online version. But if you want to download it and keep it in a zip file and extract and keep it ready, this is the offline version. So I don't know whether you have got Java docs installed. Get this downloaded. So after you download this, I'll show you how it looks like. It is just a bundle. So here, I'll show you here. I mean, you will see what is it called? The bundle is JDK 11 docs all. And after you extract, there will be a docs folder. And below that, there will be API. And under docs API, you will find a index page. Okay. So this has to be kept open all the time whenever we are learning Java. Of course, whenever we are in core Java. When I take you to advanced Java, enterprise Java, Yogendra, you have not looked at installation instructions. I have already given share. Has ma'am not shared? Swati ma'am has shared installation instructions. So it is already there. So see that it is there. So whenever I give some readmes beforehand, it is your job to go through it. I'm giving you right now because you are requesting for it. But next time onwards, see, Samish has already given you. So please, guys, be prepared. Otherwise, unnecessary you waste time. Thank you, Samish. No. Offline version. You're saying wrong things, Anurag. I said installation instruction has a link because that is a huge bundle. If I start uploading it on Google, it takes a lot of time. So offline version link was given. See the thing, the same version, same document she has shared. Okay, so understand what I'm saying. Now, how to navigate in that, we will take care of that later. So this is our starting point. So is everyone with me here? Your JDK 11 is installed and your Java docs are in place. So that is a good time to start, or that is a good point to start. Are we all clear so far? Is everyone clear here? Okay, so now let us get started. So here, sorry. what we will have is every day you will be having a README. You will be having the code samples which we will develop, README, PPTs, diagrams, everything. And you will be having the code just 1 second. Just excuse me for a second, please. Sorry for that. Okay. And you will be getting, of course, the device assignments. So these three things you'll be getting on a regular basis. So let us start referring to PPTs for the first day. And from there, we will take off. So this is the folder. I mean, you'll be getting device data, day 1 data, day 2 data, a zip file, which I'll be uploading to our shared Google Drive, and you can download from that once we finish the end of day. Once we reach the end of day. So you will see your slides folder, and then there is a today's PPTs. So here, first thing, whenever you start any project, any technology, you need to know why it is so popular. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to learn a technology. So I hope you already know about this reason. Why Java? The first reason is Java gives you, now we are formally starting our training. Java supports platform, or you can say architecture independence. So what is a famous statement we have? Vora, write once, run anywhere. So tell me, what do you understand by what do you understand by platform? Anyone wants to tell me what is a platform? You can just type in a short form. I understand short forms very well. Is it the only operating system? No, it is a combination of operating system and the underlying hardware. Okay, so when I say Windows operating system, it is supported by its own hardware, or Mac has it excellent fast hardware, and so you have Ubuntu, Linux, and all. Are you getting this? So when you say platform independent or write once, run anywhere, what does it mean? So if I draw this, what is it we do is we start with a Java application, Java code. You have written this already. So what is the extension of a Java source file? It is of course .java. So here if I say hello.java, the norms and all we'll discuss. So the name of the source file may be same, as in most of the cases, it is same as the name of the class file. So you start with hello.java. It is nothing but containing some Java classes. Okay, next one. So what is the first step we do? What is the first step in development? You pass it through the compiler, right? So here is where Java compiler comes into picture. So Java C. Just recently I've shown you, when you have installed Java development kit in the bin folder, you will get to see you will get to see all the applications. One of the most required applications is Java compiler. So tell me, because I have not taken your basic programming concepts, do you know about -d option, Java C -d option? You know or you don't? Java compiler has a lot of options. You don't know that. Okay, I'll show you. So let me not write here something which you don't know, but at least everyone has done the use the Java compiler. So here I'll be saying hello.java. Okay, so when we say Java C hello.java, it produces. So can you tell me what is the output it produces? What will be the output of a compiler? Provided the name of the class, name of the class in hello.java is hello, it will produce hello.class. Everyone is clear? So I have a quick question. Guys, you have already done some 20-25 hours. I don't know exactly how many, but you have spent some time. So tell me, if this hello.java contains 10 different class files, such as class A, class B, class C, till whatever, how many .class files will be created?
The number
10.
of classes.
No, wrong. Somebody said the class which has a main function, absolutely wrong. In Java, one .class file is created per every class definition. That is why I said understand me correctly. If there is a hello.java, imagine that there is a class hello. So what will be the compilation output? In that case, it will be hello.class. So now the important statement. So when you talk about hello.class, is it containing any platform specific, any native code or platform independent code? So tell me, is this containing platform specific or platform independent? It is S for specific, I for independent. It is platform independent. Is it binary format or is it a text format? It is binary. So here it is platform independent. Independent, and it is called as bytecode because it is binary. So it is also referred to as intermediate bytecode. So let me ask you, when you say platform independent bytecode, can it be executed? Can it be directly given to any platform which is a combo of operating system and underlying hardware? I'm saying if you give this .class file, those who are saying yes are wrong. If I give it directly to any operating system and the underlying hardware only understands native instructions. So this does not contain a platform specific code. So how can you say yes? Think before you answer. So this is a platform independent code which is not interpretable by, not understood by any real platform. Okay. So this intermediate platform independent, which is common. It is common between any platform you choose, any combination of a hardware and an operating system you choose, it is same. It is not interpretable by any real platform. So what is the English opposite of real? What is the English opposite of real? Virtual. Okay, fake. Okay, fine. So fake is not such a technical term. So let's just stick to virtual. So here it is only understood by, only interpretable by a virtual machine, a virtual platform. And since we are dealing in Java, we are talking about it. I mean, that is called as Java virtual machine. So I'll be talking about JVM, JDK, JRE in the next 5 minutes. So understand this. So this is only understood by the JVM. So some of you answered, rather majority of you answered that I can give this .class file directly to any platform. You are all wrong. So suppose you have got different platforms. Let's say here you got Windows 64-bit and okay, I'll just keep some space here. So here, if you have Windows 64-bit operating system and below that it's hardware, H/W is hardware. My short form S/W software, H/W is hardware. So this is your OS and this is one platform. So I was asking you, can I give these bytecodes .class files directly to Windows or directly to Linux or directly to your Mac? Answer is no. So what is it you require in between is a translator. So who is going to act as a translator? Nothing but your Java virtual machine. So here you will require a JVM. JVM component has to be installed first. That is what I told you. JDK installation means what? It is a tools installation and as well as the JVM installation. So here you will require JVM, and this JVM will take, what will be the input to the JVM, guys? Will it be platform specific code or platform independent code? S for specific and I for independent. It is a, people are saying platform specific, wake up. If you already the input to the JVM is platform specific, then why you require interpreter? It is platform independent bytecode. And what will be the output? What is it that JVM will give us? Tell me, will that be platform specific or will that be platform independent? That will be platform specific code. Okay, so this translation is a compulsory fact. This is very much required. Without JVM, you cannot launch, you cannot execute, you cannot run your Java application. Okay, so this is about one example. If I come to another platform, for example, Ubuntu, Linux. So here also I'll require a JVM, and then I can have, I'm just taking one name, Ubuntu followed by its hardware. And then you will have, suppose, a Mac. And here you have its hardware. Oh, sorry, a JVM I wanted to write, and the underlying platform. And it's the hardware. So answer the next question. So when you talk about this in such a manner, will JVM be platform specific? Think and answer. Will JVM be platform specific or will it be platform independent? Of course, it will be platform. Somebody said I. Guys, it is how can a Windows JVM convert it to the native code which will run on Ubuntu or Mac? So this JVM component is 100% strictly, like Vishal is saying, 100% strictly platform specific. Okay, then only it can convert it to platform specific native code and then it can execute in the underlying or on the underlying hardware. So this is what we call it as platform independent support, architecture neutral support, or architecture independent. Another reason you are looking at is there are so many reasons. So simplicity and robustness, but I can't tell you immediately like how and all, because that is what you are going to learn throughout Java, throughout core Java. So before I go to the second point, I just want to impress you. I want to sell Java to you basically. So here, this is what is it you learned just now? When I say write once, run anywhere, it means write your Java source once, fine. You'll say, okay, we write our C++ also once. What is a big deal? I'm saying compile it only once, produce those .class files, and those .class files, you can take it to any platform and guaranteed to produce the same output. That is your platform independence. Everyone is clear. But I'm saying that is just a 1/3 of Java's power. So why don't you understand the 2/3? So when I take you to Java database connectivity called as JDBC, okay, that time you will see this VORA principle again, write once, run anywhere or run everywhere means you can write, listen to this carefully. Are we doing it today? Of course not. Today we're just starting, but sometime, yes. So you will be writing a Java application and that can connect, that can talk to any database, be it your Oracle, be it your MySQL, Postgres, HSQL, or SQL Server, without making changes in the code. So what will you call it? You are enjoying a database independence. And when I take you to advanced Java, that is web server programming, web programming, okay, in Java, you will see Java gives you web server independence also. Means what? You create a web application, server-side web application, you deploy it on one web server today, the same web application can be deployed on any other server. Isn't that cool? So today you will just learn, today means in the core Java days, you will just learn the platform independence. I'll be talking only about that. But when I take you to the higher end or advanced topics, you will see Java applications will be database independent. How and all is detailed. So we'll talk into the detail. We'll get into the details later. But then you will also see it is server independent. So it is that strong, and that is why it is such a powerful technology. Popular technology. Now, next one. When I say simplicity and robustness, I'm comparing it with C++. Lot simpler than C++, but more complex than Python. So if you're coming from a Python background, or even you learned JavaScript and all, so it is of course going to have some strong rules. Security is an integral part of it. You will see when I show you the class loaders and all, how the security is given. You don't have to, once you are a Java developer, you don't have to take care of memory management. There will be JVM and there will be something called as a garbage collector thread, which will be automatically taking care of memory management. Today, because of so many cores available with the processors, people write a lot of concurrent code. Concurrent programming has become the part of your life. So excellent multi-threaded, inherent multi-threaded support is given by Java. So when I take you to the threads topic, which is an advanced topic, at the end of our core Java sessions, you will know how to create threads and divide the application into parallel runnable tasks. If you don't know about the threads, of course, you must be knowing something. But anyway, I will not make any assumptions on the background. I'll tell you process versus threads and everything. We will have a look at thread state transitions, and I will show you how to manage how to create and manage your threads. But in the beginning, what we are going to look at is the core object-oriented support. So thread pool is a extension of that. So we talk about threads first, and then we talk about executor framework and later much more. Anyway, so object-oriented support is the integral part. So which are the 4 pillars of object-oriented programming? Encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, and abstraction. So first you have to be extremely good, clear in all these 4 concepts, and then you can build on that. Then I'll show you the devices handling, file handling, reading files, writing files, managing binary files becomes so easy. Anytime you write the distributed application, what is distributed application? The application whose processing is spread over multiple computers. So you have networking protocols for that. So Java gives you help for both transport layer protocols, be it TCP or be it UDP. And when you say a particular version has certain cool features, so you have a version JDK 1.8. So in your contents, so one of the landmarks, one of the key features, popular features about JDK 1.8 is till JDK 1.7, Java was not purely, I shouldn't say purely, but Java was supporting object-oriented features. But from Java 8, which we call it as modern Java. So Java 8 onwards, functional programming paradigm is also added in the language. Guys, you are JavaScript professionals. So can you tell me, is JavaScript supporting functional programming or not? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. I said you have done JavaScript. So is JavaScript supporting functional programming? Of course, yes. Give me an example. Which part of functional programming? Okay, so lambda we don't call, we call it as arrow function. You know that? It is, yes, exactly, arrow functions. So that is where higher order functions. Okay, so higher order functions are the key features of your JavaScript. Let me take you to later, of course, after collection framework, I introduce this. You will see similar. Only thing is it's not a fat arrow, it's a thin arrow, just a right arrow. Okay, so you will have similar arrow function and you will be able to pass the behavior, a function with it. Function calling, the argument of a function is a function, right? So that way you'll be understanding functional programming. So these are the key features why you are learning Java or what makes Java popular. So here is it. Just have a look at this picture. This is where .java source is. This is where the Java development kit is, which has one of the application as compiler. What is the output of the compiler is a Java bytecode, okay, which is the .class file, which I spent so much time on. And now it is given to the Java before it can come to the platform, that is operating system and the hardware, you need the interpreter. So this box and Java runtime libraries together is called as JRE. I'll show you in a minute. JDK versus JRE versus JVM, if you don't know this already. So here, there are 2 main components. One is your JVM, Java Virtual Machine, which is already known as interpreter or translator. So let me just ask you a simple question. When I talk about this JVM, is it a runtime interpreter or is it a compile time interpreter, R or C? It's a runtime interpreter. Somebody said C, wake up. It is a runtime. Our compilation is done. Your .class files are ready. Compilation, basic compilation is over. So it is a runtime interpreter. Got this? So now you check. There are languages such as C, C++, which are executable, whose compiler itself produces native code, platform specific code. So compare C, C++ versus Java. And if Java was purely having runtime interpretation, which will be faster? Executable languages will be faster or Java will be faster? Java will be faster. Wrong answer. Of course, executable languages such as C, C++, which directly give you the platform specific code, those will be faster. But we can't afford Java being slow. So in the runtime environment, if you check, there is an additional component. So what is that additional component? It is called as, this also name is JIT. So I mean, this is also called as compiler. So it is JIT compiler, JIT compiler, which stands for just-in-time compiler. So this is a compiler added in runtime environment. And what this JIT compiler do? Today I'm talking superficially. When I take you deeper in JVM architecture, I can spend more time on it. So this JIT compiler, where does it sit? Is it in the compilation phase or is it in the runtime phase? C or R? Have I even answered? I've just started the topic, Kunal. Have patience. I'm coming to the point. So I'm talking about it. I just started. So JIT compiler sits in the Java runtime, not in the compile time. So what is the job of it? It will identify the hotspots. So see this. You should be very smart as any technology developer, especially Java developer. So when you say Java version, this is a trademark Java hotspot. Of course, it is Oracle's trademark. So when you say hotspot, what is the meaning of a hotspot? Hotspot is nothing but the frequently required code, frequently executable code. So what JVM does, what the Java runtime does is, just superficially I'm telling you, it identifies the hotspots. What is hotspot? Um, Infrequent executed code or frequently executed code, I or F. Is it a frequent executed F or is it infrequent executed I? Frequently executed code. So there is a entity called as hotspot profiler in the JVM. And once these hotspots are identified, what will your JIT compiler do? JIT compiler will take these bytecodes and compile it into, compile means translate, transpiler. So like you have Babel. So here what we have is just-in-time JIT compiler, which will translate the code, translate the input, translate the code from, tell me, platform independent bytecodes into what? Platform specific native code. So what is the job of a JIT compiler? It is a just-in-time compiler which will convert platform independent bytecodes to platform specific native code. So next time, the same code which has been already compiled has to be executed. Does it have to be interpreted in runtime or can I take it directly from JIT compiler? Tell me. I for interpretation, directly take it from JIT. Which one is the option? Of course, it can be directly taken. So later I'll tell you, it maintains its own cache. Cache is a piece of memory and that is where it stores the native code. So if I talk in example, things become clear. Everyone knows about the Java statements, SOP, system.out.println. Do you know about it or you don't? Of course. Srishti, I'm not shifted from this point, so don't tell me to repeat. I'm still in between the point. So you know about system.out.println. So tell me, system.out.println, is it a infrequently executed code or is it a frequently executed code? I or F. Every other time you write system.out.println, enter this, enter that, or whatever, right? So such a code is called as frequently required code. So do you think, suppose you have written 100 times, 100 is just a number. Suppose you have written SOP, system.out.println, 100 times in the code, which is beneficial, which is more optimized to what? To translate this code 100 times by the JRE's interpreter or to translate it just once, keep it in the native code and send it for the execution once or 100 times. Srishti, I'm sure you are clear now. So have patience, guys. Don't be hyper. Of course, once. Okay. So such a frequently code is called as a hotspot. There will be hotspot profiling and such a hotspots. Who will take these hotspots? Tell me, JVM as an interpreter or JIT compiler? V for JVM, I for JIT compiler, JIT compiler. What it will do? Tell me which to which conversion it will do. It will do the translation or the conversion from what to what? Platforms independent, exactly, to platform specific. But where it will store, it has to be stored. So JIT compiler has got its own native code cache. So where is this native code cache? Part of the JIT compiler. So it will store it in the cache, native code cache. So next time we are executing system.out.println, tell me, will it get or again interpreted, translated into native code, or will it be picked up from the native code cache? Answer that. Obvious, simple question. Of course, it will be picked up from the cache. So this is just an overview. And once you have got a native code, then the underlying platform, operating system and the hardware can definitely get it. Okay, so you should be clear why Java gives you the similar performance as the executable languages. The answer is in one component JIT compiler. More on it with more details in JVM architecture. So now we are talking about, when you talk about learning a language, so language basics, when you say, you need to know the keywords, variables. I got a net glitch, internet glitch. So maybe I was not audible for a while. Am I audible back again? Am I back again?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So this is how you start with any language understanding, any learning any language. So these are the some of the keywords. All latest keywords are not added to this table. These are some of the Java keywords. Nobody remembers them by heart or something. Anytime you require, for example, implements, for example, interface or instance of or synchronize, I'll explain that. But some of the keywords I expect you to know. For example, Boolean, class, char double, for, etc. Private. These are the things which you must be already knowing. Whatever you don't know, I'll be talking about it. So before I go to this important slide, let us do some hands-on. We have not written anything so far. So you should be following. Whatever I'm referring, I write it in the README, the sequence I write it. So here we just finished talking about why Java. So let us break the theoretical discussion, otherwise you will fall asleep, by some hands-on. Here is the instruction. Those who can, please log in, not with your mobiles and all that, log in with your laptops, computers. So anytime you want to do parallelly along with me, and you can match the speed. Initially, of course, I'll be going slow, no doubt about it. You can try it out. And of course, we have a separate lab session. So whatever you missed out, you can recap there, you can revise there. So now let us do properly about it. So here, create a separate workspace. What is workspace? Just a folder. So don't create it deep inside desktop and all that. If I'm talking on Windows, keep it on D drive or whatever, wherever the thing is, create a folder. So this is my workspace. And here, I mean, EDAC is our workspace. And later when I take you to advanced Java, I'll ask you to change the workspace, the folders and all. So today, tomorrow, everything will be done by us. Day 3 onwards, typically, we enter the IDE. So let me start creating day-wise folders. So later also, it becomes very easy for you to recap what happened in the day-wise manner. So here is day 1. Answer the next question. Okay, so one small tip. If you are really working along with me, don't call it as day 1, call it as day 1 practice, day 1 lab or some such thing. So that when I share my code, you will not have a conflict, ambiguity, which day 1 are we talking about. Next one. Now the question. What do you think? Suggest. Is it a good practice to keep .java and .class files all mixed up together, or does it sound better with a separation? M for mixed up, S for separation. Tell me. Separation always sounds better. So typically, since we are going to use IDE such as Eclipse with her STS Spring Tools, it calls the source folder name as SRC. So I'm creating here SRC. and bin it calls it for storing the .class files. Okay, so this will be all done for first 2-3 days by us, and later onwards IDE will do it for us. So initially 2-3 days you just have to struggle. So this is your SRC, this is your bin. Okay, now let me open this in code. Later, we are not going to use VS Code. For VS Code also, you can download the plugins extensions and it has a Java support, but I'm saying we will be using our STS, that is far better. So now, under SRC, let us create a source file. Let us call it simple. I know you have done Java basic things also, but I'm not making any assumption. So let me call it as hello.java, something. Okay, now, so here, I will start by asking questions because some of the things you know. So I'm not going to waste time on the things which you know. So what is the keyword for encapsulation in Java? Which is the keyword we use?
Class.
Class is the keyword.
Class.
Is it an uppercase class or lowercase class? All keywords are lowercase. Everyone knows that. So now when I say class, let me write something and I'll ask you. There is a access specifier before this. So if you don't add any access specifier, which is that access specifier? Default. No, public is wrong. Default is the access specifier. And when you say default, what is the visibility of this class within the specific package, or like somebody was saying, package private. So what is package in Java? Nothing but a folder. So more on packages tomorrow. So whenever you don't whenever you don't add any keyword here, it is the default as the access modifier, access specifier, and the visibility is within the package. And you must be knowing the rule. If you don't know, hear it now. There is no rule regarding what should be the file name and what should be the default class name. But if you make the class as a public class, anyone wants to tell me, what is the meaning of public? Who all can access it? Within the package or outside the package or both?
Everyone.
Both.
Answer is both. So this is public visibility. So this class is available, accessible from anywhere. But and if you say public, then there is a rule. What is the rule? The public classes must be stored in the same named file. So all those rules I'll give you later. I have written it down. You will know later. Now, tell me, listen to the question. Don't jump into the answer. Take your time. In Java, can I write a class without a main function, without a main method? You know, functions are called as methods in Java. And let me finish, Akshay. I've not even finished my question. Hold on, guys. I said, can I write a class in Java without a main method and compile it? Now my question is complete. Now say yes or no. Answer is yes. And if I ask you, will I be able to run it? Will I be able to execute it? That answer is no. Java compiler does not look for the starting point, public static void main. Who looks for it? JVM looks for it. Okay. So you can write n number of classes in Java without main function, without main method. So it will be able to compile but not run. But I want to run it also. Just I want to say welcome to Java types. So I'll say public static. You know, it is ID. So I'll get prompts public static void main. But it will not give you, you know, the packages mapped to folders. So there is some things which we will still have. So I'll write it and then ask you line by line or other word by word. What is it I'm doing? And hi there, something. Okay, so let's start answering questions. Start with this. Here in Java, even the methods, this is main is what? A method. Okay, so each method, each data member will have its own access specifier. So don't think that if you make the class public or default, all the access specifiers are likewise, not really. Next one. So public means this main method can be called from anywhere. Next answer, next question rather. Anyone knows the meaning of static keyword? Quickly. What is the meaning of static keyword? No idea? None of you know? No, not once initialized and all. Okay, so static
Class
members,
variable.
static methods can be called without instantiation. Don't go to the memory and all. We are going to deal with memory pictures later. So here, static members or static members means it can be a static data member or static method can be accessed without instantiating the class. So who is going to call this main method? Of course, JVM. So JVM does not have to create the object of this class hello. It can directly call the main method. And how do we call the main method? How do we call any static method? Class name dot member name. So what is the name of the class, guys? Hello. What is the name of the method? Main. So how will it call it? Hello dot main. Okay, so that is the meaning of the static. We are going to spend 2 hours minimum on static keyword. So that time I'll give you in detail. Because static keyword in Java can come in 4 or 5 places. You need to know all. Next one. Not today. Today just we are beginning. How about void? Easy question. What does void mean? Answer that. Not returning anything. So who is calling it? JVM. So this main function, this main method doesn't return anything to the caller. Who is the caller? JVM. The name of the method has to be main. Is Java case sensitive? S or case insensitive? I. Of course it is case sensitive. So you cannot write in any case. Of course the code will compile, but it won't run. Okay, so this is the signature. And then you have array of strings. This is everyone knows array symbol. So anyone can tell me what does this represent? What does this argument represent? It represents command line arguments. So whatever are the command line arguments user supplies, they will be all represented here. Now go from left to right. What does this system is? What is system? Tell me. Because you have done it, I can always ask you questions. System is the name of the class. But here, have I done any importing of any packages? Answer is no. Why it is that? Why I don't have to import any packages? Because, no, not util by default, wrong. The system class belongs to which package? Java.lang. And all Java classes implicitly have the java.lang package as a default package. So here, when I said maybe after the first break or something, I will start you on the Java docs. So at that time, I'll show you once again. So system is the name of the class, which is from the package java.lang, which is by default available. Okay, next thing. When I say system.out, can anyone tell me? Out must be what? Static data member. It's a data member because there is no method. There is no parenthesis. Is it a static data member or non-static? Of course, static. Anyone wants to tell me what is represented by system.out? Is it standard input? Is it standard output? Or is it standard error? STD in, STD out, STD error. It is a standard output. So like how we have cout in C++, or like how we do console.logging all the time in JavaScript. Here, anything you want to put on the, you want to send anything to the console, we use system.out. But if you actually see, which I'll show you later, the system.out, the data member has a data type, and that data type is print stream. The name of the class which represents system.out is print stream. And that print stream class has 3 different type of methods: print, println, and printf. Guys, this doesn't sound good. So let us use the Java docs. I was going to delete after the break. Let's not do that. So those who have logged in, I'm requesting all of you to log in with your computers. Even if you don't want to parallelly type out, parallelly code along. Code along is a good practice, by the way. With me, at least keep the Java docs open. Those who have not downloaded the offline version, just Google JDK 11 Java docs and you will see it. But I would suggest keep an offline version ready. Now here, can you all see in the top, what is it called? Right corner, top right corner. Can you see a search box? Open your Java docs and see. See, this is your Java Development Kit JDK 11 API docs. So here simply type system.out. It will take you there directly. And you can see that this will take you to the system class. And this is the data member I was talking about. So what is it? It's a standard output stream. And if you are not able to do it, I'll get it done in the lab session. I mean, I'll help you in navigating the Java docs. I don't think you require help. So it is a static member. What is final? Final is constant in Java. We'll talk about it later. But what is the data type? Data type is print stream. Click on that. And this print stream class, I'm not telling you too many things on the day one, otherwise you'll disappear. I mean, you'll feel it is so complex. It is not. So if you see print stream, here you can look for methods. There are methods. You can say Control F. Control F is for searching within a page. You know that. So print, you can see so many print methods. So you can print a Boolean, all data types, character array, double, all this. And what is object and all later. Similarly, you will see printf. Do you remember C's printf? What is printf? Anyone? Print with F is what? I mean, what is printf? Formatted printing. Everyone knows that. And what are the format specifiers? %C for character, %D for decimal, %S for string, etc. So it also supports your formatted printing. And if I ask you, what is the difference between print versus println? Anyone? Print will keep on printing in the same line or a new line. Print is in the same line and println is in the new line. Okay. So if you look for search, if you have got your Java docs ready, you can search for println and you will see so many overloaded. So what is that overloading and all later in polymorphism? But so many methods you will see, same method name and changing signature. So these are the three different methods of a print stream class. So which is the one I'm using? Println. I like to go deep. So I mean, as a standard Java developer, good Java professional, you have to understand all these things. So here, naturally, what will be printed on the first line is welcome to Java and second line is hi there. Is everyone clear in this 2-line code? You have done much more than this, I know that, but best to get started in simple manner. Now, what is the next step? I have to compile. All I have got is .java source. So how do we compile? Okay, so here, go to your SRC. You can see there is a hello.java. As a shortcut, open from here itself, either your terminal or command prompt. So I'm saying here CMD. It will open the command prompt. Everyone with me? Now, if I say javac space, what was that? Hello. So I can just HE and tab it. Tab will auto-complete it. I'm giving you all simple instructions to advanced also. Hello.java. Tell me, where will be .class file created? In the same SRC folder or elsewhere? SRC SE elsewhere. Of course, in the SRC. Check it out. So you can see, where is the .class file? .java and .class are in the same folder. But you remember, we have created a bin folder for separation. So then, isn't it a pain, isn't it a hassle to take this .class file and move it into bin folder? We don't want to do that. So there is a ready-made option. So see what I'm doing. I'm not deleting this. I'm deleting only the class file. And now learn an option in javac, which is what I asked you, but you don't know it. So I'll explain. So pay attention here. Focus here. If you just say javac and press enter, you can see all possible options. So there is an option called as -d. Look up here. javac space -d space a directory, a folder. And this directory is nothing but the name of the directory where you want to place the generated .class files. So tell me, where do you want to place the .class files? In our case, in the bin folder. Everyone gets it? So everyone understood this -d option. So let us use it and check whether it works. So here, Java C. I've given it in writing in my README. I'm just showing you today. -d. Java C space -d space. Now comes the name of the folder where to place the bin. So here, are you understanding? We are in SRC. So what is the meaning of 2 dots? Parent folder. Then, because I'm in Windows, I'm using a backslash. If you are in Unix-based system, you use the /. Next one. Now you say bin. So okay. After parent folder is D1, and below that you have bin. So you can say simply B and tab it. So now you have told the compiler where to place it. And what is the name of the source file? Hello.java. Now, where will be your .class file? Isn't it aren't you getting a separation? So if you check from your folder structure or wherever, if you go to your bin folder, there is a .class file compiled. And then for the first 2 days to be precise, or maybe it all goes on how fast, how slow we go about it. So now you have to change directory to the bin folder. I have not yet talked about a concept called as a class path. After I set the class path, you can run Java classes from anywhere. But today we are not there. Today we are in the just basics. So how do you change the directory? CD. Where do you want to go? 2 dots to the parent folder, ./bin. So I'm gone to the bin folder. And which is the command line execution for launching JVM? Java. What comes after Java? Name of the class. Actual definition is fully qualified class name, but that I'll give you later. So the name of the class containing the main method. So what will happen if I give it in lowercase, will work output or error? Of course, Java hello, but if I give it in lowercase, see what your runtime tells you. Of course, error. See, it says so clearly. Could not find or load main class hello. It is case sensitive. It is telling you wrong name and all that. And which is the exception, which is the error it is throwing? No class definition found error. Everyone understands it, I hope. So naturally, I have to be strict in case sensitivity. Nothing great, nothing surprising. This is your quick look at development cycle. Are we completely clear so far? So what is that -d option? -d option is, I'll show you from my README so that you don't have to mug up. Whatever important things I give you in writing, just take efforts to read it. Unlike installation instruction, people don't read it, don't do that. So here I have given the naming conventions and all is fine. Here is the usage, how to compile. So change the directory to day1's SRC. And then you say Java C -d. -d is to place the name of the directory, then space, 2 dots to take it to the parent folder, then bin, and whatever, hello.java, hello world.java, which will produce this output. So this is what I wanted to start you on. Now, before I show you JDK versus JRE versus JVM, please read the naming convention. I will give you a minute to read it and I'll explain. Read along, please. These are the important norms. Why not Java hello.class? This one, Shanur, I will be able to answer this question tomorrow after I explain the packages. You yourself will understand it, not today. Even if I explain it today, you won't understand. So wait for packages to begin tomorrow. Okay, so what are the norms? When I say norms, if you don't follow the norms, there won't be any compiler error, but your code will not look professional. So I'm making it strict for everyone. So whenever I'm looking at your code and all, when you share screen and all in the lab, I need you to follow the rules. So you don't know what is interface, what is enum, so skip that, but you know what is class. So the first letter, you know JavaScript, so you know everything. So anyway, so the first letter of the first word should start with uppercase, capital letter, and then follow the camel casing notation. Follow this for class names and later for enums as well as interfaces. Next one, the data members. We will be adding the data members in the class. So data members and the methods. Methods are nothing but your C++ functions. They always should start with lowercase and then follow camel casing. For example, performance index of the employee. So you know how it should be. So P lowercase, I uppercase. And if you have got a method calculate salary, again you know C lowercase, S uppercase. When I talk about constants in Java with a final keyword, constants are typically all uppercase. So stick to these rules and your code will start looking professional. Otherwise, it doesn't look professional at all. Don't use underscores and all in giving the data member names and all. With constants for separation, you can do that. Now, what are the rules on identifiers? What are the rules on variables and identifiers you name? Read that. So it can start with a letter or dollar or a underscore. It cannot simply start with a number. But for all practical purposes, you should start it with a letter. I mean, generally we end up starting it with a letter. Any of the Java keywords, whatever is the Java keyword, you cannot use it as an identifier. And remember that all identifiers, Java itself is a case sensitive language. So you can't, I mean, you have to be careful in the casing. Next one. These things are already known, so I'm just reading it and explaining it. If anyone asks you, what are the legal access specifiers? Today I'm not handling, today I'm just giving you an overview. Each topic I'll be taking in detail on a particular day. So access specifiers typically I take after packages and after your class path settings and all. Coming back. So legal access specifier for any data member and methods are all four. So anytime you are asked a question, what are the access specifier? Don't just blurt it out in any manner. Always go in an increasing scope. So which is the narrowest scope? Private. So private members are only accessible within the same class. When you don't add any access specifier, access modifier, it is default, by default, package private, visible within the same package. Protected is equal to default. Protected is visible within the same package. And even when you go outside the package, it is available via inheritance. But I have not discussed anything, so all of it will come in a proper time. And public is the easiest, accessible from anywhere. But out of these four can come on data members as well as on methods. But for access specifiers at the class level, you can choose only 2 out of 4. So either you have a default class, which is package private, visible within the current package, or you have a public class, which can be accessible from anywhere. Are we clear about the access specifiers? So because you know, I'm just telling you overview. Actual table and all we will draw tomorrow or day after likewise. So this is about the basic access specifier. We have done this. Okay, I'll ask you a question. So this is the objective. Read that. It's a simplest objective. You have done much more in basic, what do you say? First module. So write a Java application to say hello to user, and username will be supplied as a command line argument. So suppose I give the name here, my name as Madhura. I want to see the output as hello Madhura. So I'm not wasting your time. I just want here the name, hi there, followed by the username. And username will be given as a command line argument. So tell me how. You know much more than this. Are you understanding my question? I want the output as, suppose I give the name as Madhura as here, as a command line argument. I want welcome to Java. Hi there, Madhura. Yes, please. Tell me. Yes. So what is it you have to give is, you are going to use the plus operator as concatenation. Plus is a concatenation for strings, and all you will be saying is args of 0. Nothing great about it. Nothing, what do you say, complex about it. Of course, you'll have to compile again. Wait a second. I'll just close unnecessary things. So this is a pane. Before you set the class path, this is a pane. So what is it? Where should I compile from? Tell me. SRC or bin? S or B? Where should I compile it from? Of course, source folder. So I have to CD. Don't worry. With ID, all these things will be gone. And even after setting something called as a class path, this hassle will go away. So CD SRC. And we have, everyone I hope remember, what comes after Java C? Option -D space name of the directory to place the generated.class files, which is bin folder, followed by the name of the source. We are in a super basic. Again, do the series letter plain. I'm just saying clear the screen and Java followed by hello. As I asked Shanur, I guess, that I will explain to all of you why dot class is not going to work. Try giving dot class, it doesn't work. But why? You'll understand tomorrow. So now answer. Tell me what went wrong. Are you seeing the output, or are you seeing the runtime error? Runtime error is called as exception. O for output, E for error. What is it you are looking at? Is the exception. So read it carefully. Be smart. Any technology, be it your React as a front end or back end Java, whatever, be smart. So it is saying exception. See this. Welcome to Java C. It survived, of course. But here, exception in thread main. So you'll be wondering which thread main and all. After 10 minutes, I'll tell you all of that. So currently translate it as runtime error. Exception is a runtime error. So runtime error in the main method. Okay. And now see this huge name. Array index out of bounds exception. So when I take you to exception handling on day 5 or something, day 5, day 6, you will see that all runtime errors, different type of runtime errors are represented by different exceptions. You know try catch already from your JavaScript understanding, React understanding. So here, there we will have try catching and all. But here the point is, this is the name of the exception. And here it is telling you the reason index 0, because I have not simply given any command line argument. Everyone knows that. So of course the code aborts. So if I say Java, hello, and Madhura, it will show you the command line argument. If I give some other username, it prints it accordingly. Still absolutely clear? I'm just, trying to make you comfortable with all with things which you already know. Are we all clear, comfortable? Great. So now I will ask you next obvious question. I'll give you the objective. Here is the objective. Solve. I will be always giving that this is what we want to do. Even this is the today, first day. So very simple examples. Later, of course, complexity will grow. So you have to accept two numbers as command line arguments. You have to add them and display the result. Again, nothing can be simpler than this. So let me create another one. Let me call it as sum.java. Okay. It has already generated something. Yes, exactly. So I'm going to do without that, and I'm going to ask you the question. So it can be public class, it can be default class. Currently, I'm going to work in the same package, same folder. So I don't even require public visibility. So there are shortcuts I'm using: public static void main, string array has. And here, I'll do something. You tell me what will be the output, please. So here I'm saying, give me this, the result. And here I'll say, because then I want to make a statement here. So then you will understand. So here I'm saying result args 0 plus args 1. So if I give the arguments as 10 and 12, what will be the output? Anyone? If I give the two arguments as 10 and 12, somebody said 22 after doing JavaScript. So answer is concatenation 1012. You know that. Because why it will happen? What is the data type of args0? String. What is the data type of args1? String. And it is nothing but, is it an arithmetic operator plus or is it a concatenation? Tell me. Is it an arithmetic operator or concatenation? It is a concatenation. You can write A or C kind of thing. So of course the result is, as you told me, some of you, I mean most of you said this. So let me show you. Confirm, and you know the solution also. So let me go back here. I'm just doing it multiple times. So by the time everyone reaches the lab, already you are comfortable with Java C-D. So Java C-D, standard part. Name of the folder is also bin. So this part is all standard. And now I want to compile my sum.java. I just said S and tab. So unless until you have made mistakes, it will compile fine. Go to your bin folder. And now, how are we going to launch it? How are we going to run it? Java followed by sum. And naturally, if I press enter, I'll get again, which exception I'll get? Array index out of bounds. I don't want to do that. Suppose I say 10 and 20. Everyone knows result is the concatenation. So now, how do we make you, I mean, how do you fix this? So that is where, yes. So parsing integer means what? Converting the string to the integer is required. So this is where I ask users, I mean, I ask programmers, beginners to enter the Java docs. So first, I will show you how we are going to navigate and I will do it with you. So that is why the request is, please log in with the computer. So at least your Java API documentation is in front of you. And initial days, I'm going to go very slow over all important concepts. So you can code along also if you want. Coming back. So we will open the Java docs in a minute. Everyone knows the default package, which is available to all Java classes, is java.lang. And there is a class called as integer. Later, I'll tell you it is a wrapper class and all. So there is a class in java.lang package by the name integer. And in this class, there is, as you were telling me, there is a method %. Okay, so let us not do it from my notes or readmes. Open the Java docs if you can. And here, what is it you are going to look for? In this search box, simply type integer.%. You will see multiple %. Choose the one integer.% with the string. The other ones are overloaded. Currently, we are not looking into it. So click on that, please. I will stay quiet for the next minute. You read this. It just takes you half a minute to read it. But I have questions to ask you. Okay, so here is my first question. Which is the class, whose API it is, whose method it is? You can start answering in short forms. You don't have to type integer. Okay, people already wrote it. Fine, Surya. So here, integer. Now, you know what I have seen is, I mean, all over these years, training years, people, even after I show the Java docs, they are not able to use this API, use this method in their code. So I don't want that to happen to you. So I'm giving you simple thumb rule. So what is the first question you should ask? Whose method it is? You already answered integer. Now the next question you ask yourself, is it a static method or is it a non-static method? S or NS? It is a static method. Everyone agrees? And how do we call static method? Do I need to create an instance object of the class or directly? Answer is object creation is not required. So what is the syntax? Class name dot method name. So which is the class name we are having here, guys? Integer. So what will be the invocation? Integer.%. Everyone survived? Everyone understood so far? So the invocation will be Not int.parseInt, it is integer. Int is a primitive type. Primitive type does not support any methods. So I'll talk about data types after the first break, but integer.parseInt. And now a simple thing. What is the argument you supply? What I call it as what goes in and what comes out. So what is the argument you are going to supply? Anyone? Tell me the input argument. What is the input argument you're going to supply? I'll say integer.parseInt. No, in our application, what is that string? Args of 0. So integer.parseInt, argument 0, args of 0. And what is it going to return you guys? The converted int. I'm not saying integer. Okay, I might sometimes say, but it's a primitive type int. But if you see, okay, so you understood what goes in? Integer.parseInt. In goes the string to be parsed and out comes the integer, int value. But you can see there is something special called as the throws keyword. The detailed work of throws keyword in exception handling. But I will tell you something to read. That is why Java docs is your lifeline. You cannot learn Java without Java docs, like how we have React API docs or Node docs and all that. You have to open this and keep it. So I will highlight this and wait for you to read. This is how I take, whether it is the smallest concept or the most advanced. Read. Okay, so I'll ask you a question. Exception is nothing but a runtime error. So can anyone tell me when will this function, when will this method parseInt throw the exception, throw the error? They have given you already. If the string does not contain something which can be passed into an integer, of course the method, hello is just an example. Yes, this one, string not containing the integer. Okay, keep that with you. So everyone has understood how to use this method. Integer is the name of the class. I don't have to look for the constructor because I don't have to create the object. Class name dot member name. So let's correct it. So I'll say the left hand side LHS. You will help me with the RHS. So what is the RHS we are going to have? Do I have to import any package? No, because java.lang is already there by default. Integer is a part of that. So I'll simply say directly integer dot parseInt and here args of 0. Are you getting this? And similarly, now it just copy paste int num2 and integer dot parseInt args of 1. And here, what is it we are going to add is num1 plus num2. So tell me, now this time, this plus will be taken as arithmetic operator A or concatenation C. Everyone understands that, right? So it is going to be taken as arithmetic operator because everything is decided by the types. Java is a strongly typed language, unlike your JavaScript, unlike Python. So it is a, before you can start using a variable, first comes the data type. That is your strongly typed language. Your JavaScript is not. So you know the whole thing. So let me save it and let's try this out. Simple examples only. Go to SRC. Always use SRC to compile. It is the most convenient thing. Before IDE, you need to slog a little bit. So I'm telling you all the suggestions. And everyone knows how to do that. I'm just going back. There are arrow keys. So I just went back because I don't want to type this again. Again, I'm going now in the forward this. So I have to type less. Nothing surprising, nothing earth-shattering or whatever. So all it does is arithmetic operation on two parsed integers. Are we clear? Keep answering, please. And if you're not clear, yes, whatever is this topic which I'm taking, of course, you have to, like, you can anytime ask questions on this topic, not ahead of topic. Tell me, after I press enter, what will happen? When I say what will happen, see, this is how I'll be preparing you for exams. People give you in exams, certification exams and all that. What is it called? The code snippet, and they ask you what will happen. So people are already right in saying, I hope nobody is saying, nobody's thinking that 10 and the Unicode value of A and added. Absolutely not. They give you so much so clearly. So please confirm, guys. As you are already saying, number format exception, and they tell you what went wrong for the input string A. A cannot be passed into an integer, so how will it work? Absolutely not. Tell me something. Now what? E for error, O for output. E for exception, O for output. What will happen? What is your guess? Let's see what you're guessing, how your correct guess is. Exception is a very right answer. So here, because what is this? This is an int, fine. But this is your double. And double cannot be converted. Double cannot be passed into the integer. So it throws you out. Scanner can. I hope you have used scanner already. I've not yet come to the scanner, but scanner can do it, but your integer.parseInt method strictly says no and throws you famous familiar number format exception. Okay, so this is why I'm insisting, guys, that stick to API. I mean, start using the API docs. It tells you everything about it. Can it accept negative numbers as integers? Of course, yes. Check this out. And it doesn't have any problem. As long as it is a parsable integer, things work fine. Okay, so this is your just a look at. I did not want to show you the addition of two numbers naturally. I wanted you to start with a API docs. So by now, I hope everyone has opened their document API docs. Tomorrow onwards, today is our first day together. Tomorrow onwards, at least keep it ready. So you will be in sync. Next one. So start now reading the rules. And when I say reading the rules, I'm not asking you to remember the rules. Just try them out and you will know about it immediately. So basic rules. Start reading. I told you Java is simpler and robust. So that robustness is brought because of so many features. One of the feature is Java compiler is stricter. It tries to catch a lot of errors right at the compile time. So read this. Java compiler doesn't allow you to access uninitialized data members. Okay, so this is the rule. Best is, try it out, test it out. So here, as I said, you keep it public or not, it really doesn't matter. And here, what I'm saying is, yeah, I wanted to say something. Int theta. Okay, so tell me, already there is an answer here. What will happen? Compile time error, runtime error, or the output? First option, compile time error. Second option, runtime error, or the output? Tell me, you have the answer right with the ID. Of course, it is compile time error. So it is impossible to see garbage. Garbage is uninitialized value. So what is it we have? We have got this is called as local variable. Tomorrow when I show you the memory pictures and memory areas, stack, heap, method area, I'll tell you more. But here, this is a variable which you have declared within a method. So it is a method, local variable. Where it is memory allocated, of course on stack, but memory allocations and all that tomorrow, not on the first day. So method local variable, and all method local variables are by default uninitialized. Important lines I'm writing here, they are already written in my readmes. So they are by default uninitialized. So they are not associated with any value. The moment you try to access it, compiler will throw you out. Okay, so confirm. It just takes you a minute of confirmation. ID already is telling you. I mean, code is already, VS Code is already telling you that, but let's confirm. src java c -d ../bin. You got that so far? And then you have got a test.java. And it throws you out immediately. And read the error message. Variable data might not have been initialized. You know, sometimes you are given 10 line of a code and the basic problem or basic conceptual error is here. So you should know that. So that was the first rule. Are we clear with the basic rule? 100% of you? Not just 10 out of 250. I mean, all 100%. Those who participate, I can always talk to them. Those who just sit back and sit silent, I can't really help them. Coming back. So where are we? Let's go to the next rule, guys. Here. Read this and I'll explain. I'm glad to see you're so responsive. You know, responsive websites and all that. Anyway, well, go through this. I'll just cover a couple of them and show you quickly examples. So files with no public classes, which are the modifiers, access specifiers at the class level, either default, which is package private, or public, right? So the classes with, files with no public classes can have a name that does not match with any of the classes in the file. Okay, point one. Next one, a file can have more than one non-public classes. These are pretty basic, but you have to know so you don't make mistakes. Okay, so it can have more than one default classes. Next thing, but the moment you come to the public class, how many public classes can be there in any source file, in any Java file? One or multiple? Answer is one. And why it is so? Because the name of the public class has to match with the file name. Public class represents the entirely, complete functionality. So the public class name and the file name has to match. So how can you have multiple public classes? Anshuman, just now I said that. Are you not listening? I said public classes, when you write, typically they represent a complete functionality such as UI or such as employee specific functionality or your organization specific details. So Java being object oriented, it doesn't allow you to mix different functionalities. So when you write public classes, it will not allow you to mix up multiple public classes under the same file name. The formal answer is better cohesion and less coupling. But those are object-oriented terms, so I don't know how far you will understand. So let it pass. Let me come to pure object-oriented practices tomorrow onwards, and then you'll understand better. So today, take it as a rule. One public class has to be there at the most in a one source file. And then the rule is the name of the name of the file. Which name of the file? Name of the source file and name of the public class must match. So let me just ask you questions and I hope to get correct answers. So this is already compile error. I'll just keep it under comment. So there is no, you can uncomment and check this. So here, what is the name of the source file, guys, I'm having? The name of the source file is test.java. So tell me what will happen. I'm just writing something. All I'm asking is compile time error or no error. Unfortunately, this VS Code tells you the answer. Allowed or not allowed? Legal or not legal? So tell me, can you see this? What is the point? Answer is, okay, you are answering me, I hope. No compile time error. So which is the name of the source file? Test.java. What are the names of the classes in it? Test. I can comment the whole class also. ABC. So how will you compile this source file? Anyone wants to answer? Java C. Again, somebody asked me why. I just now explained to Anshuman. Anyway, I'll take that question later. So Java C -d /bin and test.java. And which will be the dot class files? Okay, forget which. How many dot class files will be created, guys? Wrong. Somebody said class that contains main is wrong. How many dot class files will be, created? Answer is 4. And which ones would be that? Test.class, A.class, B.class, C.class. Okay. So now, let me change it because somebody gave me a wrong answer. Here, see what I'm doing. Okay. And this point was already done. So I'll say here, Just keep looking for what I'm doing and answer in is main. So that you should not have basic confusion, basic doubts in these main. You are understanding what I'm doing. If not, give me a minute. I'll explain. Okay. So here is it. So you have got a class. Sorry. You got a source file by the name test.java. Are you understanding? I have got this class test, an empty class. I'm just trying to show you error, no error types. I have got a class A with a main method prints in A's main, B's main, and C's main. So the question being asked is compile time error or no error? People are saying compile time error. Confirm. Best is to confirm. Unless until I've mistyped. Sometimes that because of the chat whole thing hangs. So what is it we are saying is, how do I compile? Somebody was saying by the name which contains the main class. Absolutely not. Whatever is your source file name, you compile it that way. So those who are saying error are wrong. So why they are wrong? You can have in any source file multiple default classes. Default means non-public. So what stops you from doing it? And you can have, it's a class by its own. So you can add a main function in as many classes as you create. So how many dot class files will be created in the bin folder? That you had answered me correctly. So this is your A dot class, B dot class, C dot class, and test dot class. So now tell me, it's an easy one. Will I be able to say, or okay, forget that. What will happen? I'll go to the bin folder, and what will happen when I say Java space test? Quickly. It's an easy one. If I say Java test, what will I get? Output or error? Why 4 dot files are created? You don't know this? I thought this was more than covered in the basic programming. Okay, I've got a question here. So let me address that question. How many dot class files, how many intermediate bytecodes are created? Guys, I already answered it in the morning. 1 per class definition. So how many class definitions are we having? How many class, those who are, somebody asked me a question. I've got 4 classes. One is class test, one is class A, one is class B, and class C. So how many dot class files will be generated? 4. 1 per class definition. And I asked you, now let me come to my real question. If I call, look at this. I think I already got answer, but in between I got distracted by the question. So I do this. So tell me, if I launch Java test, E or O, E has in error or O as in output. Answer that. Of course, a runtime error, because it is not the compiler, it is the runtime system which looks for JVM basically, which searches for your main function. And as you know, I don't have a main method here. So it tells you in such a friendly, such a nice manner. Main method is not found in test class. And it is not stopping there. It is also telling you what should be the syntax, in which form you should define the main method. Don't go to this, or we are not doing. You don't have the contains in your contains Java effects. So leave aside that, but this is what it is. Now, what will happen if I say Java E? Tell me. I mean runtime error, because compilation is already succeeded. Runtime error or the output, E or O? Of course, output. And which method will be called? E's main method will be called. How? A dot main. JVM will call class name dot method name, which is A dot main. Done. So why there is any error? And I'll not show you all the things, of course. When you see this, it will call. Okay. So as a good developer, as a sensible developer, will you ever do this mix up? Answer is never. But exam setters, those who are asking you technical interview questions, or giving you code and what will happen, they can have any mix up. So stay good. So I hope you are clear. I'll just recap by asking you questions. So I'm looking at your answers. Can one Java class can one Java source file contain multiple default classes? Question 1. It's just a Boolean question, yes or no. Yes. Can one source file contain multiple public classes? No. Why? Easy answer is the public class name must match with the source file name. The detailed answer is, object-oriented answer is, typically public classes represent the entire functionality. And you should be writing in a class which is specific to a one particular behavior, one particular functionality to increase something called as cohesion. Okay, so that is a real reason. So public classes cannot be multiple. Next one. Can you write in one source file multiple default classes having main functions, main methods? Just now you saw. Answer is yes. People were telling me all the time, no, it is possible. Is it a good programming practice? Absolutely not. It is horrible. But like I said, you can't stop the exam setters and all. So you won't do it naturally. But if you see it, it is not a compile time error, not a runtime error. So in the whichever main method you call, for example, Java E, Java B, Java C, that main function will get called. Are you understanding all this? So this is just to tell you the rules. Next one. This I've already said, so I'll not waste your time. The package related rules anyway we are discussing. Okay, so now let us talk about a very important part. And I'm looking at time. I'll just introduce you to that and then we will go into the deeper one. Java data types. So this is an important slide and you should know all about it properly. So let me take you there. Any new language, you have to know which data types it supports. So I'm telling you in Java, what are the ones it supports. So here. Sometimes that response is a little slow. Mark it as an important slide. So when you talk about data types in Java, they fall into two categories. Which are these two categories? One is the primitive data types and the other one is the reference types. So you should immediately understand what is the difference between the two. So the primitive data types are going to hold the values, actual values. When I show you, it is nothing but your known ones, integer, double, boolean, float, byte, etc. Okay, so these are value holder types. They're going to hold a value. Immediately think in example, so you won't feel lost. Int data equal to 100. That's your what? So that 100 is the value which is held into that data type or data. Are you getting me? Whereas when I talk today, we'll be discussing only primitives. Tomorrow we'll start with the class programming and all that. Let's see how it goes. When I say today, tomorrow, time permitting. Coming back to the point here, when you talk about reference, what is reference? Reference is similar to pointers. But I'm not using the word. Java doesn't use the word pointers, even though it has null pointer exception. So reference and pointers are okay. References hold what? Will it hold the value or will it hold the address? B or A? Tell me. Is it going to hold the value or is it going to hold the address? It is going to store the address. So the next question is address of what? So the address of an object which is dynamically created on the heap. I'll repeat the statement again. References are nothing but the pointers which hold the address of any object which is dynamically created. Dynamically means runtime, not at the compile time, which is created dynamically and which is sitting on Java heap. So tomorrow we will be drawing proper JVM architecture, stack, heap, method area and all that. So that time you'll have a better clarity. But I told you, reference is not 100% pointer. Why? Because what is the difference between a reference and a pointer? So the answer to that is, if you have some programming background like C, C++, you can arithmetically, you can attach arithmetic operators to the pointers. Suppose I say char star PTR pointing to the array or something. And can I say PTR++ in C or C++? Answer is yes. But will you be able to attach arithmetic operations to the reference type? Answer is no. So why Java is robust? One of the big reason is Java doesn't support pointer arithmetic. What is the meaning of that statement? Your references, you cannot add. You cannot simply add, some increment operator, decrement operator, or arithmetic operators and modify that. Okay. So immediately, who will throw you out? Compiler will throw you out. So when I take you to the world of references, which is very exciting, you will see there are different types of subtypes of references. So we will deal with this separately. Today, focus on first simple category, primitive types, built-in types, value holding types. So I'll recap. Primitive types are the value holding types, the built-in types in Java, and reference types are the one which hold the address. Okay. So now come to the first category, primitive types. So now see, there are two subcategories. One is the non-numeric. Boolean means non-numeric, and the other one is the numeric type. So which is the keyword which supports the Boolean non-numeric type? It is lowercase Boolean. Don't get mixed up, because later I'll show you uppercase Boolean, which is a Boolean class, a wrapper class. Today I'm not talking about that. All keywords in Java, tell me, are they uppercase or lowercase? Java keywords. They are all lowercase. Okay, so be clear about this. So this is your Boolean. Now tell me, what are the values a Boolean data type can hold? Your choices are true, false, or 0, 1, or both, or neither. I'll repeat. What is the values? What are the values it can hold? True, false is one option. 0 or 1 is the option, or both. Answer is only true or false. So, don't trust me. Don't trust a letter of whatever anyone is saying. You can try it out. So here, I'll just show you. Let's say this. I'm declaring a Boolean, is, are you sleeping? Is the participant sleeping? So just a flag, just to check. And if you say 0, immediately it will give you a compiler error. It will tell you type mismatch. That is, it is trying to tell you that the left-hand side is Boolean, non-numeric. RHS is numeric. How can you do the conversion? So those who are thinking both are wrong. So I can either associate it with true, or I can assign it with the false. Okay. So this is what I meant. Boolean variables. So tell me, what all it can hold? It can only hold the values true or false. Nothing else. Next one. So once you come from non-numeric to numeric, then you have a lot of data types. So now I'm discussing the numeric types in Java. So under numeric type, by the way, this is all similar to C. So whatever is same, I'll not waste too much time. But whatever is new, of course, I'll spend time. So under numeric type, you got two categories, integral types and the floating types. And in Java, the first integral type, it is not really a numeric type, but it again comes under that, because you can assign to the characters the integer values. For example, when I say char ch, the data type, the keyword is char. So I can say char ch is equal to single quote A, or I can give the Unicode value also. So that is why it is under the integral category. So listen to the statement carefully, or I'll ask you as a question. How many bytes a char will occupy in the memory? Java character. Is it a 1 byte character or is it a 2 bytes character? Java characters hold, or the memory allocation is 2 bytes. So is it you're right, absolutely. 2 bytes means 16 bits. So tell me the next one. Is it an unsigned character or is it a signed char? U for unsigned, S for signed. It is an unsigned character. Everyone understands it? There's no signing. There's no sign bit as far as characters are concerned. And typically in the languages, you have character as 1 byte. But here, why Java uses 2 bytes? Anyone knows this answer? I said, why Java supports 2 bytes? Of course, yes, you are right. So Java represents, Java characters are supporting universal coding or Unicode characters. See this. It wants to support multiple languages, multiple character encoding support. Let me see. Just give me a second. I share a lot of readmes and all that. So let me see if I've given you that regarding Unicode. Yes. So there is a separate readme. What is Unicode? Because when I say Unicode, people may not be knowing what is Unicode. So Unicode characters are the universal character encoding standard. So whether you write your HTML web pages, text files, docx and all, it is supported universally. And industry standard, of course, it is. The ASCII character set can represent only limited set of characters, but it cannot represent your Japanese or Chinese or even our Devanagari scripts, Asian languages, right? So to ensure internationalization support, what is that internationalization support? When we write a web application, of course, in advanced Java, I should be able to support a Marathi speaking customer or a French speaking guy or whatever. Are you understanding? So to support any languages, any of their character encoding, the character in Java is, like you told me already, it is Unicode 16, UTF, Unicode text format 16-bit. Okay, so that is the reasoning behind it. Yes, any language encoding support precisely. So coming back to this, now I'm stopping here just in a minute, but just telling you about this. All remaining data types in Java, are they signed or are they unsigned, S or U? The answer is they are signed. The moment I say signed, I'll tell you the individual number of bytes, but the moment I say signed, it has to maintain a sign bit. So tell me, is it most significant? The sign bit is where? MSB, most significant bit or least significant bit? Is it MSB or is it LSB? It is a most significant bit. Okay. So if the most significant bit is 0, is it a positive number or is it a negative number? This is all basics. This is not Java specific. Any computer language stores it in this format. Of course, positive. And if it is 1, is it a positive number or a negative number? 1. 1 is the negative number. And what is it how do we represent negative numbers? Using 2's complement format. So what is that 2's complement? Suppose I have 2's complement is what? Suppose I have the number, let's say 4. Okay. So 4 is converted into binary 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. So if I want to show the -4, how do I do that? First take the 1's complement, inverse the bits, 0 becomes 1, 1 becomes 0, and then add +1. You are absolutely right, those who are responding. So this is your, storing convention. It follows 2's complement. So last question, and I'm stopping here for a break. I'm telling you, byte data type occupies 1 byte in the memory. This is all predefined built-in types. So if I say byte occupies 1 single byte in memory, can you tell me, the last question before the break, what will be the range of values held in a byte? Tell me the range of values. Anyone wants to tell me? I want the range, I said. Anshuman, you can't give me one number. I want a range. Okay. So some of you are giving correct, some of you wrong. -128 to 127. How do we get this? 0 to 255, Akshay. It's just now we said it is a signed one. So how do you solve it? Listen to this. I said byte occupies 1 byte. 1 byte has how many bits, guys? Tell me, how many bits we have? 1 byte is 8 bits. But MSB is gone in signing. So how many bits we are left with? Tell me, 7 bits. So now start with the, it's a signed number. So minus, somebody had already answered, 2 raised to, no, not 0 to 7, 6, 0 to 7, Vishesh, that this thing. So here, so when I say -2 raised to 7, which is minus 128. There is a 0 in between. So 2 raised to 7 minus 1, which makes it as minus 128 to 127. So this is what is the byte range. And when we resume after an hour, we'll be discussing the other things. And of course, I'll show you something interesting about the floating point, the actual representation. So let's have a break here and we'll resume after the break. Any urgent questions so far? Any immediate question which I did not handle or which I did not look at? Okay, so anyway, whatever questions you can, just put it down somewhere on a piece of paper or somewhere. Okay, yeah, I forgot, Kunal, that. Thanks for reminding. Tell me, I'll take that. What is the size of Boolean? By the way, there is no size of operator in Java because everything is done by the JVM. So Boolean, here, let me tell you, Boolean is as per the underlying JVM specification. No, it is not 1 bit or 1 byte. As per, like how other numbers, other things have the fixed size, Boolean is typically as per the underlying JVM specification. So typically it can take the whole byte. But whenever you are asked this question in interviews, Boolean data types, are occupied, not undefined. There's something different. Don't mix up, Akash. So how many bits are reserved for Boolean type? Answer confidently. As per the underlying JVM specification. So that was the answer to that. You cannot predict. It can keep changing from JVM to JVM. That is the answer to the question. So let's take a break here and resume after the break. It is in front of you. One is the primitive data type, which is a built-in type, which holds the value of the any data type. And the other one is the reference type, which is far more interesting. And that is going to hold the address. But address of what? Address of the object, which we create on the heap. And once I go to the reference type, I'll tell you there are 3 subcategories: class type, interface type, array type, etc. So focus today on primitive types. 2 subcategories of primitives are non-numeric. So there's only one under that, Boolean, and the numeric type. As I was answering Kunal's question, Boolean type is not, how many bytes or how many bits of Boolean type holds in the memory? The answer is as per the underlying JVM specification. So it is not imposed by the Java language specification. It is rather imposed by Java JVM specification. So it could be typically a 1 byte, And what are the values a Boolean type of a variable can hold? That is more important to the programmer. So which are the values it can hold? You know the answer. So only true or false, no other values. Next one, we started talking about numeric types. So under numeric types, you got integral types, floating types, and we had finished discussing char and a byte. So how many bytes char occupies in the memory? 2. So it represents Unicode text format or UTF. Unicode is universal code text format, 16-bit representation. UTF-8 is also there, UTF-16. So Java, in order to support different type of languages and their character encodings, it supports, rather it uses UTF-16. And as you know, it is unsigned character. There is no concept of a signed character in Java. And then I told you that all these data types are signed data types. There's nothing like unsigned int or unsigned double or unsigned short in Java. So start going from left to right. All of them are signed. Which is the bit where the sign bit is reserved? Most significant or least significant? It is the most significant, MSB. And 0 indicates positive number. And 1 in that MSB represents the negative number. And how is the negative number computed? Like any other language, any other data storing mechanism on computer, 2's complement format. So now go from left to right. How many bytes byte occupies in the memory? It is one single byte, 1 byte. So what is the range? One bit is gone. So we are left with what? 7 bits. So minus 2 raised to 7 to 2 raised to 7 minus 1. Why minus 1? Because there is a 0 also counted. Now, the next one. When you talk about short, I've written all these things here. So you don't have to like remember it or memorize it. It's all there in the PPTs. Coming back, how many bytes a short occupies? Tell me. Short is 2 bytes. So you don't have to give me the values. You just tell me in the exponent format, Mantissa exponent format. So what will be the range of the short? Minus. So, okay, let's do this. Short is what? 16 bits. 1 bit is gone for signing. So, how many bits we are left with? 15. So, minus 2 raised to 15 to how much? 2 raised to 15 minus 1. Absolutely, 32K. You are absolutely right, Mauli. So, and int occupies how many bytes in Java? 4 bytes. Again, it is a signed int. And if you want to store really long numbers, it has 8 bytes. So this is about 1, 2, 4, and 8. Okay, so this is talking about the integer types, integral types to be precise. And now you have a floating point arithmetic. So everyone knows if you have earlier slide programming experience. So this is your single precision arithmetic, floating point arithmetic via float. And this is your double precision. So how many bytes the float occupies in the memory? Answer is 4. And double occupies 8 bytes. But guys, it is not as simple, as straightforward as this. So I want you to look at it. Those who know it, I mean, most of you could be knowing it because there's nothing which is Java specific. This is same as any other data representation. So just give me a second. So if you see diagrams here, this is how a floating point number looks in the memory. So how many bits we have? 32 bits. So start from here. Most significant bit is gone for signing. 0 positive, 1 negative. And then you have got 8-bit exponent. So exponents are reserved for the higher order 8 bits. And the remaining 23 bits are reserved for fraction. So that is why I said, for your integral data types, there is no such demarcation, there is no such division, only sign bit and the actual data. But here it is slightly different. 8 bits, this is your, 32 bits single precision. So 8 bits reserved for exponent, remaining 23 bits reserved for fractional part or the mantissa. And if I take you to your, what is it? Double precision number, the ranges are larger. So what is the representation? What is the demarcation? Here, the sign bit, most significant bit is again a sign bit. Earlier, For single precision float, 8 bits were reserved. Now 11 bits are reserved for exponent and remaining 52 bits are reserved for a fractional part. So as a developer, not just Java, any developer, because this is all same. So you should know how the floating point how the floating point data representation takes place. Of course, yes, absolutely yes. This one, not only float can represent more than int. Your float actually supports the larger range than your long also. Because in long, it is all integral type. So even though long occupies 8 bytes, the range of values, the magnitude of values it supports is lesser than that of a float. So let me come to the conversions and all that, and I'll take up this point properly. So this is about your primitive types, the ranges, and the working of it. Working means the representation of it. It is all mentioned here. So now you saw this Boolean type 1 bit. Here I have said 1 bit to specify it is true or false, but don't take it as all the systems. It could be 1 bit, it could be 1 byte. Standard answer given in interviews is it is going to represent how many bits totally depends on the JVM. So, okay, so before I go to the next thing, variables, I want to give you some more information. So, all this is written here. And as I had mentioned, I don't know whether you remember, pointer versus references. You should know because at the end of the day it is similar, but there is a significant difference. Read that. So pointer arithmetic is not allowed in Java. So if you have, references are nothing but they hold the internal representation of address. If you are coming to me, I don't know your background individually. If you know C++, in C++ there is a concept of object pointer, which is equivalent to Java references. So coming back to this, these are the address holding type, which we will start from tomorrow. Now, another exam favorite topic. People ask you, not directly, but indirectly. There can be a lot of questions, basic concepts we are taking. We are talking about the conversions regarding the primitive types today. And later I'll be after I take you to inheritance and polymorphism, I'll be talking about the conversions in the reference type. So let us start with the primitives today. So coming back, there are two conversions. One is called as the automatic conversion, read here, which is also called as widening, which is also called as automatic promotion. So let me ask you a question. Who is going to do this conversion? Your choices are P for programmer. Yes, less precision, Abhilash, you're right. So P for programmer, C for compiler, or J for JVM. Who is going to do this? Answer is compiler, absolutely. So these are the conversions done automatically by the compiler. So it is typically very simple. I'll just give you the example and then give you the rule. So byte to short can be done automatically. I'll write some examples and convince you. So byte to short is automatic. Byte to int, short to int is all automatic. When I say automatic, do I have to put a typecast or I don't? Tell me. Do I have to put a typecast or I don't put a typecast at all? Answer is you don't put a typecast at all. A compiler does it automatically. Why? Because rule I'll tell you in a minute. So byte to short, short to int to long, like I was answering somebody, long to float, forget into float. Long to float also is considered as the automatic conversion. Why? I'll come to that in a second. But float to double also, it is a single precision, this is double precision, so it is automatic. Also, char can be automatically promoted to an integer, okay, because it is of the integral type. So char to integer is also coming under the category of automatic conversion. So this is the tricky one, because why I'm saying it is a tricky one? You know, long occupies how many bytes in the memory? 8. How many bytes float occupies? 4. So generally, if you're not paying attention or if you don't know this, you will say that long to float, how can it be automatic? So here is the rule. What is the rule for automatic conversion, automatic promotion? The source and the destination type must be compatible. So tell me, long and float, are they both numeric types? Answer is yes. So compatible. And very importantly, the destination data type must be able to store larger range of values, larger magnitude of values than your source type. Okay. So if you ask me, if you solve in long, you have whatever 64, so 63 bits. And here, even though the float has 32 as in -1 sign, but 31 bits, the first 8 bits are what? Exponent. So it can definitely store larger range of values than the long. But yes, the lower significant bytes, least significant bits can be rounded off and you might lose the precision, but still compiler treats it as a automatic conversion. So here is the reason, and this is a popular question. Long to float is a automatic promotion done by the compiler because floating point data type can hold the larger magnitude of values, larger range of values. Anyone wants to find out? Of course, there is an API. I'm going to show you with the API also. But if you read my README, I've given you data type ranges. So here I'm talking about all possible data types. So here I'm talking about long also and the float also. So float can definitely hold the larger number of values. So it is very much possible for you, for the compiler to do the automatic promotion, automatic conversion. So this is the only tricky part, first of the tricky part. Now, there is another tricky part where if you don't know the rule, you will choose a wrong answer and unnecessarily lose marks or impression. So read this rule also. Any arithmetic operation in Java which involves bytes as the operands. Okay, so you are performing a arithmetic operation, plus, minus, addition, subtraction, whatever, multiplication, modulo, anything. If you are doing any operation on bytes or the operand is short, the result is automatically promoted to an int. So if I ask you, if you have byte and byte as an operand for arithmetic operation, what will be the resulting type? You can write in short forms. I understand short forms. Int, right? If I have byte and short, what it will be? Int. If I have got byte and short, I said, yeah, short and short. I mean, two operands are short, again int. Everyone gets it? Now the other ones are pretty easy. So you can see that one is int and one is long. What will be the resulting type, guys? Long. There's an answer here. When you say long and float, which is the one which can hold larger range of values? Float. So the resulting type is going to be float. And lastly, any other operand, byte, short, int, long, float, and double. The resulting type is going to be double. You got this? So this is one type of conversion. Who will perform it implicitly? Your compiler, which is called as automatic promotion or the widening conversion. When you go from the, a narrower type to a wider type, wider as in having the range of values, and if it is compatible, compiler does it automatically. Which is the opposite conversion we have? The opposite conversion you have is called as the narrowing conversion, forced conversion, or also called as typecasting. So tell me, who has to do this typecasting? C for compiler, P for programmer, or JVM programmer, us? Absolutely. So that is your narrowing conversion. And any opposite part is this example. So if you want to go from double to int, you will be losing the floating point data, fractional data, but yes, you can do that with a typecast. Float to long again, or double to float, and so many, int to byte, int to short, long to int, etc. All are non-automatic or the narrowing conversions. Confirm. So let me open. Wait a second. I'll just open a new one. Test primitive types. Okay, you just have to tell me. Actually, here it tells you, but still, I can still ask you why, what is the reason and all that. So let me just add a main function here, and I'll just ask you what will happen. When I say what will happen, you have options: compile time error, runtime error, or the output. These are the standard options. So if I say byte b1 is equal to, okay, byte b1 equal to 127. So after adding the semicolon, what will you see? Compiler error or no error? Tell me. People are saying error. Half of you are saying error, half of you are saying no error. Of course, no error. Why there would be an error? Because what is the range of bytes? Minus 2 raised to 7 to 2 raised to 7 minus 1. Minus 128 to 127. Very much there. But the moment I say 128, after I add a semicolon, compiler error or no error? Now there will be error. And why there will be? No, not possible loss of precision where I've done the typecasting. So see that here, it is going to say that the right hand side cannot convert from int to byte. So this it is taking it as it is exceeding the byte range. So it is considering as an integer, and int cannot be automatically, converted to byte. So throws you out. Are you understanding it? Just be careful. Whenever you are solving any such example, you be careful. I'll keep it as a under comment. So you can uncomment it in the lab. First thing we always do in the lab is quick revision of the classwork. And then once you have got some feel of what all I said, then you will be solving the assignments. So I'll be discussing the design. I as in all the lab faculties will be discussing what is to be done, and then you will start your implementation. That will be your daily lab pattern. Coming back. So everyone understands it. Simple one. It is very much in the range. Say something. And if I say byte b3 equal to b1 plus b2, after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error? Of course, compiler error. Everyone understands it. Somebody still said no error. Guys, wake up. What is the, of course, our answer is compiler error. Tell me. Okay, before you start telling me, compiler goes by the type. So compiler doesn't do anything else. So anyone can tell me what is the data type of RHS, please? What is the data type of RHS? Integer. Okay. And what is the data type of byte? What is the data type of LHS I meant? Byte. So tell me, into byte, it is always right associative. So you are trying to convert into byte. So is it possible automatically? Of course not. Compiler throws you out. See this. Type mismatch, again the same, cannot convert from into byte. Everyone understands it? So, if you actually tested 10 plus 12, 22, very much in the range. But compiler doesn't go by that. Compiler simply goes by the types, and the type is promoted to int. So simple question, simple answer. How do I solve this? How do I get rid of this error? Tell me. It's an easy one. There are two solutions. Yes, absolutely. Both the solutions I got. So one solution is either change the left hand side to, put it as int, or if I say don't touch the RHS, you can always do the typecasting. So here I'm telling the compiler what you are thinking is wrong. Downcast, not downcast is the wrong word, sorry. Typecast is to the byte. Okay. And then this absolutely compiles. Next one. Now you know the whole drill. So I have got this. So I say short S1 equal to, okay, fine. Minus 32K to 32K almost. And what we have here is, if I say, again, the same thing. If I say short, I'll do something else. I'm doing that. This you saw already. If I say short S1 equal to B1, can anyone tell me why this compiles? Automatic promotion. What is the RHS type? Byte. What is the LHS type? Short. Is byte to short automatic? Yes. So that works. Now if I say short something S2 is equal to B1 plus S1. of course, the whole thing fails, and everyone knows why. Any arithmetic operation involving byte and short, what does it expand to? What does it promote to? An integer. So here, either you make, and now I'll make this because earlier I've shown you the typecasting. So either you give the typecast as short or you change the LHS type to int. So this typecasting example I have shown you. So I just showed you this. Okay, now keep on watching. So if I say, I'm asking you double D1 equal to, after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error, line number 9, after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error. Answer is no error, guys. Come on. What is the RHS type? Tell me. A float. Can float not automatically promote to double? Of course it can. So which is the implicit? Implicit means automatic conversion. We are having, it is nothing but float to double. Are you getting this? And what is it called? It is called as widening conversion. Or you can call it as automatic promotion, widening conversion. It is the same. Okay, so don't give wrong. I mean, don't go ahead just with this. Next one, float f1 is equal to. Okay, tell me just this much. After adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error? Now this time your answer is correct. Okay, somebody said no error. Guys, error. When I don't add f, lowercase f or uppercase f, what is it taken as? Double. So here, what is the right hand side type? It is double. So here, can you say double? Can double automatically get promoted, converted to float? X is no, not get this thing to float. And that is why you have a compiler error. It is not a widening conversion. It is a narrowing conversion. So what is the solution? Everyone knows the solution. Either add a floating literal, lowercase f, uppercase f, and make it as a float, or simply do the typecasting. Okay. So this is what I've been saying. Now, if I say long, L1 is equal to, okay, so this is your long number. And if I say F1 is equal to L1, tell me, after adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error? After adding the semicolon, let's see what people are saying. I hope everyone is saying no error. Nobody is saying error. Everyone knows it. What is the conversion we are trying to do? Promotion from long to float. This is what I was telling you. And sorry. And since it goes by the ranges of the values it can hold. So naturally, this is again considered as a automatic promotion. So these are some examples of your automatic promotions as in widening conversion and some examples of the narrowing conversion. Everyone understands it? So here it is a, yes, exactly, automatic conversion, or you can simply say that as widening. Any word is equivalent. So there is nothing like this is wrong and this is right, etc. Okay, so these are the things you should be careful about. Now I'll just add something in between. Okay, so here if I say, just keep watching, B1, I hope you know this short circuit operator. B1 plus equal to let's say 11. So tell me, after adding plus equal to expands to, so after adding the semicolon, I'm on line number 7. Compiler error or no error? So generally I get the answer as error. This is where things start getting interesting. Answer is no error. Guys, if you don't know this, you'll definitely choose wrong option and lose weightage. So the point is, what happens here is, of course, like you said, I mean, like you must have guessed, it is it is assignment plus an assignment, but here it is not only this. If it was B1 is equal to B1 plus 11, of course, what you said, error was correct, but it also does implicitly the typecasting. So which is the typecasting it does? It does the typecasting, and that is the reason when you use plus equal to, it doesn't give you the compiler error. Okay. Yes. Internally, B1 is not integer. Wrong. No. Then see, compiler goes by Hitendra. Compiler goes by the type. So I'll not answer your question. Instead, I'll say this. Okay, so here this itself will fail. Byte cannot hold the 196 value. Are you getting me? If the some arithmetic is doing it, it will automatically get converted. But point is, Hitendra, here it is going to implicitly add the typecast. So whatever is the extra value beyond 127 will be rounded off. I hope what I said is clear. Are you clear? Understood my, yeah, so that is what it is. So all I'm trying to say is, when you use plus equal to, minus equal to, star equal to, modulo equal to, divide equal to, etc., it is going to do the typecasting, and it is going to pull down, it is going to narrow down the type again to the byte, or whatever, short or long or end. So these are the trick questions, you know, twisters they can ask you in the exam. And if you don't know about it, definitely you can make mistakes. So guys, my standard suggestion is, I just start a topic. I of course share the code and all. So whenever we are sitting together in the lab, you try out things, play with the code, explore, and then you might have 10 different questions and we are there to help you. Okay, so that way it will go. So this was about your implicit or automatic conversions versus narrowing, forced conversions, narrowing conversions, typecasting. So now I know that you have done the basic part already. Anyone wants to answer a Srishti? I already said that. Of course, it is an error. Try it out. Like I said, I already explained all of that. I took the example B1 is equal to B1 plus B2 or B3 equal to B1 plus B2. So this answer is already error. Try it out. Okay. It is only that plus equal to operator that does the internal typecasting. Normally, otherwise it won't happen that way. So now let's go ahead to the remaining slides. Okay. So, you know, variable is it is just a quick revision, because people I'm expecting you to know all these things, but a good revision, quick revision never hurts anyone. So variable is the name given to the memory location. Now you know different types, so you can give the different names to different data types. Look at it. Okay, this I've not taken this, so have a look at it. Character, you know this, but still. You have seen the initialization and assignment. For character, I can say character ch equal to single quoted character, or I can give the Unicode value also. So both are acceptable. I already told you about the naming convention. Be absolutely strict, because see, if you don't follow the naming convention, as I said, will you get compiler error? Absolutely not. But will your code look like a Java code, professional code? Absolutely not again. So follow the norms. What are the norms? Class names start with the uppercase, then going camel case. Data member names, methods name start with lowercase. And when I take you to constants, finals and all that, we will make them all uppercase. Rules on identifier I have done, access specifier I have given, basic rules. These are the things which I already explained. So I don't want to waste time. Yeah. So now, the primitive types, you know, declaration. Okay, I'll just pick up something to confirm whether you are there or not. Why there is a compiler error here? Anshuman, I saw your question. Answer is no difference. It's the same. Yes. Why there is a compiler error? Quickly on this. Which are the values you can assign to the boolean is only true or false? Here, zero error, because you know it's double. This is also correct. All others we have seen. So do go through the slides, and anything what I've written is not allowed and not clear, do ask. Solve. Solve means first read. All Java assignments are right associative. It goes from right to left. So can I declare multiple such variables in one line? Answer is yes. Can I initialize them also? Answer is yes. So A is having value 1, B is having 2, and C is having 5. But when I say A equal to B equal to C, what happens? It is right associative. So first B is equal to C and then A equal to B. In short, what will be the output here on this SOP? Tell me, what will be the output, please? All answers are 5. Everyone knows that, right associative. So doing it from right to left. These are your standard arithmetic operators. Higher precedences are with having the star, slash, multiply, divide, and modulo. And if you're not sure about the precedence rules, just put it in the bracket and you will get the, you will not mess up in the result. Okay. Relational operators. So relational operators are double equal to, I have said double equal to, careful, but what is that careful? You will understand when I talk about reference equality versus content equality. Interesting topics in Java. So currently, we are just having primitive types. So if I want to compare the values of two primitive types, how will I say? I'll talk in code. I'll talk slowly. I have got int data taken from user, some value, int data 2. And I just want to check if they are equal. So which is the operator you will use? Equality testing operator. If in the bracket, data double equal to data 2, I know they are same. Okay, same. Now if I want to test the not equal, percent equal to, not equal to. In JavaScript, we have triple equal, which goes by the type, which goes for the same compatible types. In Java, there is nothing like triple equals. There's nothing. So coming back, this is your greater than or equal to. This is your less than or equal to for comparing the values. And this is your simple greater or less. Relational operators are the same. Nothing different in Java. Read this slide. And I don't think you need any explanation, but I'll still explain line by line. I expect you already to know all this because this is not Java specific. True with C, C++, Java, any programming language, even JavaScript for that matter. Coming back. So simple statement. JavaScript doesn't force you. If you go for TypeScript and all, yes, it forces you to add a semicolon, but native JavaScript, it doesn't force you to add a semicolon. Next. So what here Java is stricter. So every statement has to be terminated by semicolon. If you want to add multiple statements, you can enclose them in a block. Block is nothing but pair of curly braces. And blocks can have the nested blocks also. So this is again same as earlier. I hope everyone knows all these flow of control. Let me ask you. If condition, are you knowing this? Okay, because I'm going to make certain assumption. Otherwise, we'll be on the first day of computing. Like, I expect you to know about if-else condition also. So if the condition in the whatever you add has to evaluate to Boolean, true or false, then if block will get executed, else condition will get executed. Is it better to add multiple else if, or is it better to add switch casing? Which is better? Multiple else if is better or switch case? So you can switch on a particular argument. You can take an option from user. Option 1, do this. Option 2, do this, etc. And ask user, enter your option. And you can switch on that option. And in individual case, you can service the user request. So switch casing is definitely better. Which loops you should be knowing already? Everyone should be knowing the for loop. So yes or no? Menu driven, exactly, Ronak. So for is going to work on your indices. So you can think of it as for int I equal to 0. That is the beginning condition, starting condition, ending condition, I less than some value, 100 or whatever, and then the increment. So that is the simplest way. So for is we will be using for. And guys, you are coming to me from JavaScript. So you also know for each. Everyone, tell me. Everyone knows for each, right? So we will be talking about for each in Java later. When I take you to arrays, I'll talk about for each also. Next one, while. There's a while also, while a condition, and there is a do while also. So tell me, what is the minimum number of iterations a while can go through? Is it 0 or multiple? Standard question, 0. And whereas I asked you do while, where is the condition check at the end? So minimum time of iterations it will pass through is 1. And then depending on your exit condition, it executes at least once. And for, for every case, you can add a break. Break is just for breaking from the immediate loop. So you can put it in a for loop, you can put it in a while loop, you can put it in your switch casing and all. Continuing is what? Continue to the next iteration. Yes, and break is coming out of the loop. Continue is continuing to the next iteration of the loop. Typically, we know, Vishesh, we don't encourage break with label, even though it is supported. We don't use the labeled breaks here. It does not. No, this thing, it doesn't support go-to statements. So here, return, and go-to is a anyway horrible idea, because then you lose, your code becomes like a spaghetti code. You don't understand where the control is going. Return. What will return do? Return will return the control from a particular method, from a particular function, wherever it is. Okay. So these are the keywords. Again, I expect you to know. So again, those who want a little bit of brushing up, already statements are there. So if conditions, there is a else condition and all that. Now, there is a conditional operator. Again, you know it from JavaScript, called as ternary operator. Everyone knows ternary operator. So tell me, how do you understand this? This expression 1 should evaluate to Boolean. So if it is true, what will be executed? Expression 2 will be executed. If it is false, expression 3 will be executed. Are we all clear? Yes, absolutely. So this is your ternary operator. See, whenever we require, we are going to use it. And this is your switch case condition. Switch on a particular argument expression. And these cases are nothing but the constant expression. And if none of these cases, are, matching, then it falls through default. Okay. So typically, if you want, I'm not saying it is compulsory, you know that, but you can add default just as a fall through option. In case it doesn't go through anything, you can have, it is optional. Loops, So okay, what I'm suggesting is anyone who needs the revision, complete basic most syntax, for, while, do while, if else, everything is given. So this is your syntax. While a condition, this should evaluate to your Boolean condition, and then you can either execute a single statement or multiple statements in a block. That's your while loop. For loop syntax, you know already, equivalent to while. And do while also. So this is what I was asking, and everyone answered me correctly. The condition checking happens at the end. But there are certain tricks, So only the tricky part I'll be talking about. So take a look at it and answer my question, please. I'll say something. And if I say, okay, so I want to check if it is a counter is holding some non-zero value, print yes, otherwise print no. So if I say if counter, I'm saying sys out, yes, else, no. So I'll format it, Alt Shift F. Okay, so tell me, what is it you will have? Compile time error, runtime error, or will it print the output? Yes or no? What it will print? Answer is compile. Don't be loose or vague in answering. If you say error, people will ask you again which error you mean. There are two types of error: compile time error, runtime error. Answer is compile time error. It's a simple one. See here itself, your ID is, VS Code is telling you. So when you say counter, compiler checks goes by the type. So what is the data type of counter, guys? Integer. And which is the condition here it requires? It requires a Boolean condition. So if you compare it to the C compiler, C++ compiler, this is allowed. Java compiler is stricter. So what is it you'll have to do? You will have to explicitly convert it into Boolean. So I can say if counter is equal to 0 or whatever, 10, I mean, that doesn't matter. So if counter double equal to, this is where you use the relational operator. Now tell me, what is the type of this whole highlighted code? Is it a int type or is it a boolean? What is the data type? Boolean. And now Java compiler will allow you, because if condition, while condition only accepts a boolean. So many of you gave me wrong answers. So, these are the tricky parts which you should know over time. And anyway, I'll be discussing it on a daily basis. So this is what I just wanted to mention. So continue with the slides. So same thing which I showed for if, same holds good for while, because again it has to evaluate to boolean condition. So be careful in any time whenever you are going through the code snippet and answering the question, what will happen. So break statements also I've talked. Continue, I've talked about it. Okay, so we'll talk about scanner in a minute. So guys, I have given you the PPT day 1. So those who need little bit of revision on the basic syntax such as operators, I've got a readme on operators also, or for loop, or while loop, or if-else condition switch casing, go through in detail. So now, okay, so this is a pretty basic part, which I definitely expect you to know. Now, let me ask you a question here. If I ask you to write the code, which is interactive, you ask the user, what is it you want? I'll take a simple example. I just want to multiply two numbers. But these numbers, I'm not going to provide it as a command line argument. I want to prompt the user, enter the first number, enter second number, and then you do whatever, averaging, multiplying, whatever you want, and show the result. So in that case, will, what is it called? Will the command line arguments help you? Of course not. I want interactive coding. So which is the class which you can use here is the scanner. So scanner is the easiest way to work in a text-based console. So I'll just take a pause here. I'll just take a break here because I want to say something in a ahead of topic. So entire core Java, guys, we will be using text-based console. Whatever you are using currently. So for entire core Java, how are we going to take the inputs from the user using scanner? Of course, later you will have data in the file or whatever, but basic UI, user interaction, will be through scanner. But in web programming, in your advanced Java, we will have HTTP client. Okay, HTTP client will be sending the HTTP request, web browser in short. So we will be downloading. You have done form programming, you know UI, you know how to beautify it using CSS, Bootstrap, everything you know. So from the server side application, we will be downloading the form, registration form, update form, login form, whatever. Okay, and that form will be filled up by the user, the client, the web client or the web browser, and the form data will be sent from client to server. That is where we will start processing the form, and that is where we will have HTML, inputs, different type of inputs and all that as a front ending. So till then, what is it we are going to use throughout is your good old scanner. So I want you to be completely clear about how the scanner works. So please read this line by line. I'll explain. You must be knowing it. I could be repeating half of the term. Half of people could be already snoozing. But I really don't care because I need everyone to come to the same level. So what is scanner? Let's start with that. Is it a class? Of course it is a class. So scanner is a class. Which is the package in which the scanner class is? It is java.util. So tell me, is it available by default or will you have to import it? You will have to explicitly import. So anytime you want to use scanner, what will be the first statement? Import, tell me, java.util.scanner. That will be your first line. Or you can say import java.util.star. What does star mean? Tell me. All the classes, all the types, not files, all the types When I say type, it could be a class, it could be an interface, it could be no, wrong. Vishesh, you are wrong. It doesn't mean the packages. Java.util.star means all the types in java.util package, but it doesn't include the sub package, guys. Okay, so all the classes and interfaces, exceptions, enums, everything in java.util. Next, but so you already know this. But what it represents, what is scanner? It is nothing but excellent text-based parser. Okay, so look up here. When you use the command line arguments, all we are having, you can't overload. I mean, when I say overload, you can't change the argument of a main to int array if you want to accept the integer, or double array if you want to accept the double numbers. You have to accept it as a string. And who will have to do the parsing from string to integer? Programmer. Which is the method for converting parsing from string to integer? Just now we saw that. Give me the method name. I want to parse it from string to integer. Absolutely right, parsent. If I ask you, okay, oh, sorry. Before I ask you the next question, yes, somebody answered me right. Integer.parsent. I was going to ask you whose method. Next one. If I want you to parse, convert from string to double, guess smartly. What is it must be? I want to parse a double number from a string. Of course, the method is parse double. And guys, get used to, get addicted to Java docs. So go to the Java docs and here look for a class. Don't get confused. Lowercase double is the primitive type. And the class equivalent, there's something called as a wrapper class and all. Sometime I'll tell you. So please look for a class called as double, uppercase double, and you will find a method under that, parse double. You can click on that and the explanation is so easy. I lost it. Searching. I increased the font size and then I lost it here. So it's the same. So what goes in and what comes out? The string to be passed goes in. And what is it converting it into? A double value. And in case you give something which is not containing a double value, of course it will throw you a number format exception. So I think people are clear here. So this is what I mean by double dot parse double. Or if you say, for example, float, you have float dot parse float and likewise method. Okay, just give me a second. I'll be back with you. No, I thought there was somebody outside. Anyway, sorry, scratch that. So this is your double dot parse double. But I'm saying, guys, is there any class which can take string type from user? Because finally, whatever you enter is in the string text form and convert it to any type. That answer is scanner. So if you have already logged in with Java docs, please open. Please search for, in that search box, scanner. The first hit itself will be java.util.scanner. And whatever I tell you is typically taken from the Java docs. So here it is a simple text scanner which can parse the primitive types. You know how it parse. Anyone wants to tell me? How will scanner parse your integer? Give me the name of the method. Somebody got a question. See guys, when I'm in the middle of it, don't ask me too many questions. I don't look at the chat all the time. So I will correct the question and the answer both. Give me a minute. So here, primitive types, which is the method next int. If you want to parse a double, which is the method you have, next double. If you just want to read a token, the method is next, etc. But not that much only. It will also support your regex, regular expression. I hope. Have you done regular expressions in your Linux? Do you know about regular expressions, guys? JavaScript, Linux, both has it. Okay. So it can parse, it can process your regular expressions also. So before I go ahead, I'll just correct somebody's question because I did not look at it. Somebody said, what will happen if I say import java.util.star? So I'm asking this as a question to all of you. If you say import java.util.scanner versus java.util.star. Suppose java.util package has got 100 classes. So if I say import java.util.start, but I'm using only scanner. How many classes will be loaded in the JVM's memory? 1 or 100? You lost me? I'll repeat the question again slowly. I said, listen to the question. I said you have written import because somebody's question and I saw it later. Import java.util.start. Suppose there are much more, but suppose there are 100 classes. So how many classes your JVM will load? Answer is JVM's class loader is not dumb. It's not stupid. It will load only the required classes. So suppose you are using scanner. Later I'll show you date. Later I'll show you collection framework, all those array list, linked list, vector types. Only the required classes will be loaded in the memory. So it is not wasting of resources. Only thing is what happens is, professionally speaking, this is only for compiler. You are telling compiler that I'm going to use only scanner. And if you start using date, Gregorian calendar, you will get a compiler error. So there is no change in the memory footprint. So don't think wrongly, please. And like I said, if I'm in the middle of topic, every time I can't look at your chat and answer each and everything. So if I don't answer the question, repeat it sometime. So now coming back on the track. So now this is your text-based parser, line number 1. Now read my next line. This text-based parser, a scanner, has an inherent small buffer. That is where it is going to store all the data you give it. So the size is around 1K. Okay, it is a system size buffer. And now read the next line because it is very well written. A scanner breaks its inputs into the token using a delimiter. So anyone wants to, already there is an answer. What is the default delimiter of a scanner? Because if you don't know this and you are going to use scanner all the time, it is a white space. Okay, so the default delimiter of a scanner is a white space. If you want to change it to something else, there is a method use delimiter. And if you are parsing Excel is CSV, comma separated values, you can change the delimiter to commas and all that and do the parsing. So I'll repeat the statements again. Here, read this carefully. Scanner is nothing but a text-based parser which can parse your primitive types and regex, regular expressions. It has internally got a very small buffer, 1K buffer. And the best part is, scanner tells you that give me text data from any source and I will parse it for you. So in short, what are those text data sources? Today we are having console input. What was it for console output? System.out. What does represent console input? Is nothing but system.in. But scanner is not only limited to this. Scanner is super versatile. Means what? Scanner says, I don't care. You can attach the scanner to a text file. Wait for IO programming, wait for device handling, file handling, and I'll show you. If you do the networking as in socket programming, you could be having the text data on the socket, maybe a chat message or whatever. Can I parse it? Can I process it using scanner? Answer is yes. So scanner can be attached to console input, system.in, a text file, later of course, a socket, a data coming from socket, or it can also be, wrapping the string, any string data. And now when you say new scanner system.in, what is it we are attaching it to? Console input, text file, socket, or string? Answer. First option, second option, third option, fourth option. Of course, console input, standard input. And here, when you say, this is the prompt, this is your interactive programming. When you say enter your name, maybe just a first name. If you say input.next, tell me, what will this next method do? Will it check the token type or will it read the token from the scanner's buffer? C for checking, R for reading. It will read the token and remove it from the scanner's buffer. So input.next doesn't do any parsing. It will just read the string token. What is the delimiter of the token, guys? White space. Default delimiter is white space. So it will read the first word, first token. and give it to you as it is. But if I say, for example, I've written the examples elsewhere. If I say scanner sc.nextInt, anyone wants to tell me what will happen? If I say nextInt, what will scanner do? I'll give you the choices. It will read the next token, choice 1. It will parse it to integer, choice 2, both or neither. Answer is both. It will remove it from the scanner's buffer, read the token as a string, convert it, parse it to the integer. It will try to parse it to the integer. If it is an unparsable integer, which is the exception you see, input type mismatch exception, right? So it will throw the exception, otherwise it will give you the converted value. So this is as far as your scanner, scanner API. We are going to do much more, but this is basic. So here, they have given you so many examples. So take a look at it. Where have they attached the scanner? To console input system.in. And this is the example where you can attach the scanner to a file. So let me come to file handling. I'll explain that. So I'm just asking you a question. I hope you have seen the methods of the type has, next, start. Star means has, next, int, has, next, double, has, next, boolean. So anyone wants to tell me, what will this method return? Your choices are boolean or long, B or L. So let's see what you're saying. Not getting it because sometimes my chat hangs. Okay, answer is boolean. Absolutely correct. So can anyone tell me when this will return true? Here, the scanner will read the next token. It will just check, is it of the type long? You know the range of long. Okay, is it of the type long? And if the answer is yes, it will return true. But will it remove the token from the scanner's buffer? Answer is no. So it will just check the buffer pointer does not move ahead. It is just checking the data type. And when will it move ahead? When you say next long. So next type of methods actually reads the data from the buffer of a scanner and return it to the caller. But when you do the checking with has next type of methods, it just checks the data type. Okay. So here is some more things. Sorry. So you read this and we'll talk about it. So, the first step is either you say java.util.start, or when you say java.util.scanner, the runtime footprint does not change. Compiler, yes. Compiler, you are telling that, okay, I can avail any class. Here you are saying I'm going to use only scanner class. Next one, you have to create the instance object. I have not yet gone to object creations in Java, but this much you have already done. So I will just go ahead, let it pass. Tomorrow we are going to sit down and actually enter the class programming. So there you will have better clarity. So here you have a scanner. Now to check the data types, you have a couple of methods. So let me try it with you. If I say sc.hasNextInt, which of the following will happen? First option is it checks the data type, doesn't advance the scanner pointer. Second option is checks the data types, reads the data types and advances the scanner pointer. Tell me, option 1 or option 2? What is the correct option here? Is it 1 or 2? I've given you the easy options. Not seeing. The first option is the correct option. It will just check the data type. It will not advance. It will not move any scanner buffer pointer. So when it will return true, if the next token can be passed as an integer. Next token, the value lies in the byte range or long and likewise. But to actually read and parse the data and remove it from your scanner's buffer, you have got next int, next double, next methods. But if you give a wrong input, you are saying sc.nextend and I type abc, which is the exception you are going to get? Input mismatch exception. Okay, exception is nothing but a runtime error. So if you give a wrong input to the wrong type of input to the scanner, it will throw you the error exception. But when you say next, it will simply read the next token without parsing. So in all these methods, the default delimiter is a white space, is a space character. But what is the delimiter for next line? What will next line do? What is the delimiter? Anyone? For next line, when I say sc.next line, what it will do? It will read the entire line data. So what is the delimiter, guys? A new line character. Absolutely correct. Okay. So here, the last thing is, before terminating the application, before you say you are, what do you say? I'm terminating the application. We are going to say like you have to close the scanner. If you don't close the scanner, will compiler give you error? Answer is no, but you will get a warning. Anyone knows what warning you will get if you don't close the scanner? It will give you the warning of leaky resource. So, it won't matter much today, tomorrow, but when you attach leaky resource, not memory leakage, Vipin. Memory leakage is something different. Memory leakage does not happen in Java thanks to that garbage collector. Yes, resource leakage, indicating that you have not cleaned up, you have not closed that resource. Okay, so as a standard programming practice, you please, every time you open the scanner, the last instruction in the application is close the scanner. Okay, so now let's take this objective and solve it. Am I asking you to create any class such as employee? No. The encapsulation and the things we will start later. But I just want to say I have written what I want. So write in the Java application to accept some employee ID. When I say employee ID, don't worry about employee ID, but I will give a prompt, enter employee details such as employee ID, which is int. Employee salary, I want it as double. Employee's first name, I'm taking first name. I can add last name, first name, last name. I don't want middle name. And the permanent status is permanent. So I want this all information read from scanner. And I want to display the same information using, there are three methods. One is print, one is println, and one is formatted printing using printf. So tell me openly, honestly, frankly, are you understanding the question? Is everyone clear about what is to be done? Because if you don't know the question, if you don't understand the objective, how will you solve it? So let's do it in a minute together. So I'll just take this and just a second. Yeah. So let me open a new one. I'm calling it as test scanner. All I'm doing is pretty basic things today. And assignments also will be basic today. So all assignments are revolving around your either for or switch casing, while, all these things. Just want to confirm whether you are clear with the basic syntax, nothing else. And of course, tiny business logic, some business logic. So let me add this. You can start dictating. The class need not be public at all because today we are dealing in the same package, same folder. So anyone wants to tell me what is the first line which should come here? I want to use the scanner for user interface for prompting interactive coding. So the first thing is import java.util. I can say start or I can say java.util.scanner to be precise. Okay, so this is your statement. And now I will write the comments. So anytime you are revising the classwork, you should know whatever we are doing. So here, create scanner instance scanner class instance. What I mean, instantiation, object creation, references, memory picture, all tomorrow. So that is where I can expand, really, not now. So create scanner instance to wrap or to represent to wrap system, what is it called, standard input. So currently we are using a scanner to hold any data coming from the keyboard, standard input. Later you can replace it by string. Standard input can be replaced by a string, can be replaced by a data from socket, data from file, anywhere. But will your scanner be capable of parsing binary data? This is a question. Answer. I said, do you think your scanner will it be able to parse text data, binary data, both or neither, T or B? Answer is, it is a text-based parser. So if you give him a binary data coming over the network, some image file you are downloading or whatever, that won't be parsable by the scanner. For that, you will require different tools. Okay, so create scanner instance to wrap the standard input. Everyone knows this. I just want to confirm that you are all there. So scanner is equal to new scanner. And I'll simply say the system, the source is console input or the standard input. And before we forget, before we terminate, close the scanner to release the resource. So like I told you, today, what is it is holding? Sorry, it's a console in it's giving me the prompts. It is a console input. So system.in is already open. But tomorrow, you imagine, tomorrow means not literally tomorrow, sometime, whenever you add a file here, we can't leave the file open when the application is terminated. So as a standard programming practice, close. So which is the method we are calling is scanner.close, sc.close. More on this, whether it is a reference, whether it is an object, all tomorrow. Next one. Now let us prompt user. So I think I had got that question statement here. Let's check. I'm adding a comment. Multi-line comment is the same. Oh, I did not get the text copied. I just copy this objective here. So this is what we are discussing. When I say we are discussing, you are giving me. So this is the question. Write a Java application to all this. So I have to tell user, always write user-friendly code. So I'm saying here, I'm giving a prompt. Look at this. So here I'm saying enter. User doesn't know what you want. So here I'm saying enter employee ID. Next, what is it? This is an unnecessary import. Let me get rid of it. What else we want? First name. Then we want last name. What else I'm taking? The salary also, I thought somewhere, yeah. Okay, so ID, salary, I'll just swap this. First, let us take the names. I've already written, that's why. So here, first name, last name, salary, and the permanent status. Okay, so I want this Alt Shift F, to format. So enter employee ID, first name, last name, and the salary. This is fine. Now you are going to participate. So printf method I'm going to use for formatted printing. System.out is the print stream class, and which is the name of the method I want you to use is formatted printing. So first argument is the format specifier. This I have not explained. This is not your spread operator or anything. This is a varargs, variable arguments in Java. More on it later. So currently I'll just help you with this here. So first I want to print the employee ID. So anyone wants to tell me, if it is an integer, what is the format specifier? Percent, after that what? %d for integers. If I want to print the first name, what is the format specifier? String. So %s. If I say I want to print a last name, %s. You got it? I want to print the salary of a employee or salary. So here I can go for precision floating point. So suppose I say I want 2 digits precision after the decimal point, F, percent to F. Okay, next one. And if it is a Boolean, which is the this, so I'll say is permanent. Answer is percent %B. B for Boolean. You got it? I have not yet read any values from the scanner ka buffer, but this is what is the format specifier. Now you start giving the inputs. By the way, here you can say percent %N. And what is percent %N? Anyone? A new line character. Okay, so this is also possible. Now your participation begins. Let me just add a semicolon here. Now your participation begins. It's a very easy one. So how am I going to read the employee ID? Which method? sc.nextend. Okay, so this is where I'm not checking the type. I'm giving you assignment where you have to check the data type. So in the lab, we will discuss that. But here I'm not checking, I'm just trusting the user. So I'm reading the data. So what will scanner, what will happen internally? Scanner will read the first token and try to convert it into integer. If it is not a parsable integer, you will get input mismatch exception. Next one. So what is the next one? First name. So I say sc.next. So what is the default delimiter of white space? So I'm writing, suppose for example, first name, last name. My name is Madhura space. I'll be adding Madhura Anturkar space. So it will be reading Madhura there. Next one. I want to read the last name also. So here there is a reading also and parsing also. Here only the reading the next token, no parsing is done. Next is double salary. So which is the method you all know? Next double. Okay. And lastly, permanent status, which is the method to parse string into Boolean. Anyone? The method name itself is next Boolean. So let me put it on different lines. So at least guys, you can read. Otherwise, you can't even read what I've written. So I'll just break it into multiple lines. Okay. So here, I'm just showing you. I'll just then arrange it properly. So can you understand? Just have a look at it quickly. Employee ID of the integer type, so %D. And how do you read any integer? sc.nextend. The first name, last name are the strings. So the tokens, basically text tokens, read it off using sc.next. Then we are expecting a double salary. So sc.next double. And then you have got to read off the Boolean. So again, it is going to read the token, convert it into Boolean and read this. Okay. So now I'll just put it on the same line. Otherwise, there will be a compiler error. So I hope it has now formatted it slightly. So here, this is how you read off the data from the mixed data from the scanner. And this is what is about reading and parsing. So let's just test it. I hope people are clear. Okay, so because sometimes it's impossible while I'm typing all the time to write. And this is a 2-liner code. We'll be writing 1,000 lines code for a project and a backend. So impossible every time. Come back to the compilation. So let me go to SRC. Here we are. Everyone knows, sorry. How do I do this? Java C -D for placing the name, specifying the name of the directory to place .java.class files. So where I want to put it? Under the bin folder. So go to the parent folder and say bin. And what is the name of the class? Test scanner. And try this out. So if there are no spelling mistakes and no silly mistakes, it should compile. Then go to bin. I was wondering why it is not auto-completing. Dot means current folder, you know that. And then I will try to say Java test scanner. And somebody asked me why not dot class. Guys, please wait till tomorrow till I explain the packages and class packages rather, and I can give you the answer then. So now there are no command line arguments. Everything is interactive. You're asking a question, you are prompting the user and getting it. So suppose I say employee ID. Okay, you can press enter also. So it is reading the first token. So suppose I write something, okay, some first name. You can write in the same line also. Okay, now I'll write in the same name just to show you. What is the salary he is drawing? Some salary. And is he permanent? So it is a Boolean. Spelling mistake. I'll correct that. So now you have given all the tokens. And this is what you are getting, the whole details. Nothing fancy, nothing hi-fi. First day, things cannot be hi-fi. So this is your employee ID. This is the first name of the employee maybe. This is the last name. This is the salary he is drawing and his permanent status is true. But if you mess up means if you give the wrong types, just check. So what is it? Suppose this is the sc dot next in, but suppose I give the name as because of some error and all, and suppose I say enter. I press enter. The moment I press enter, it is going to read the token from the keyboard into your buffer and parse it. And which is the famous exception? I hope you already know this exception, input mismatch exception. Why there is input mismatch exception? What it was expecting is a parsable integer. So tell me, is this a parsable integer? Of course not. So this will fail. Check this. Same. It is a double value. So it is not going to be taken as parsable integer. So it will definitely throw you out. So this is what everyone should know about your scanner. So a 1 minute recap, start responding. I'll ask you questions and what is it? Yes, Anshuman, I already said that %n is nothing but a new line character. I said that already. Anyway, so let's start with the questions. For using the scanner for user interface, which package has to be imported? Very, very simple questions today. Which is the package to be imported? Java.util is the package. Java is the base package. Util is the sub package. Great. Next one. What is the first step? You can write in short forms. I understand short forms very well most of the times. Okay. So what is the first step? Import. Next is, do you have to create the scanner class object or not required? Required or not required? Answer is yes, required. Why? Why you have to create the scanner class object? Because the scanner class methods, which are called as APIs, scanners API, is it static or is it non-static? It is non-static. And anytime you want to use, guys, I'm going to take non-static, static, everything properly, but I'm just helping you. So if it is a non-static means, it has first the object has to be created, and using that object reference, you can use the APIs. So first step was import. Next step is create scanner class instance. So the next question, can scanner only wrap the data coming from console or from console, from socket, from file, from string? Only console or anywhere? Answer is anywhere. It is scanner says, guys, hey, I'm not partial. I'm not partial only to your console input. I can accept any data as long as it is text or binary. Tell me, T or B. As long as it is text data. So how do we remember scanner? Text-based parser. So see the words. Simple words make it so easy. So scanner is telling you, give me text data from any source. I'll store it in my buffer, and then you can use the methods such as, has next int, has next double, has next byte, or has next boolean to check the data type. And if you are sure the data type is correct, which are the methods to read off the data? Next int, next byte, next boolean, next line, etc. So that is how the scanner works. And the statement I'm asking, next question I'm asking you. Listen to the question, please. If you have written in a code, enter employee name. Okay, simple thing. Enter employee, no, I'll take a better example. Enter employee ID. And in the code you have written, if sc dot has next int, and your user just happily keeps looking at the screen, doesn't type any data. So in that case, will your code block or will your code not block? I don't know whether you understood all of that. I said has next methods, are they the blocking methods or non-blocking methods? B or NB? 100% you are right. Those are the blocking APIs. So what is a blocking API? You must be knowing synchronous async and all you must have done in JavaScript. So the blocking APIs will cause the blocking of the invoker. Okay, wait till input, exactly. So the program execution will pause there till user gives you some input. So please remember, has next type methods as well as next type of methods are all blocking. They will block the invoker. They will block the code unless until you give the input. Next question. What is it? Yeah. What is the default delimiter of a scanner? Tell me, please. What is the default delimiter? Space, white space. Can you change that, or are you stuck with it whole your life, whole your Java life? Can you change it? Answer is yes. How? Immediately look up from Java docs. There is a method. Wait a second. I'm trying to close this. There is a method called as use delimiter. So you can check. Open your scanner and search for Control F, use delimiter. They have already given. This is a what do you say, regular expression type. But here, see this. Check it up. Look it up. So you can say use delimiter and you can supply a pattern. And that pattern can be a regex pattern, regular expression pattern. And if it is simple, CSV. CSV stands for comma separated values. So what will be the value of pattern then? Comma. If I want to separate out tokens using space, you don't require this method. Default delimiter is space. But any other pattern you want to introduce, use the method use delimiter. If required, I'm saying. Next one. What is the standard programming practice? What is the good programming practice? What is it you should do before terminating the application? Simple question, simple answer. What is it you should do before you terminate the application? When you are shutting down the application, close the scanner. Absolutely. So this is all you need to know as a first look at scanner. Whenever I take you to device handling, file handling, or sockets or whatever, we can use more. So now on the basics, see the interviews go in a progressive manner. So initially you are asked pretty basic questions. So such a very basic question is, what is the difference between JDK, JRE and JVM? So you should be all clear, ultra clear on that. So I'm just trying to explain that. Here. So don't look at Java 11 immediately because your contents, your exam setter, I'm not talking about technical interviews. I'm talking about your CCE exam, which you face at the end of the module. So they will go by your syllabus. So what is your syllabus mentioning? JDK 1.8. So first I'm explaining you JDK 1.8 and then I'll just touch base upon what are the changes in Java 11. But unfortunately, I mean, there are too many changes. So only the major one change I will take. If time permits, I can explain you some more modular system and all that. Anyway, focus. So when you talk about JDK, it is Java Development Kit or Java SE, Java Standard Edition. Both are the same. Now, what are the two different portions of two logical parts of JDK? JDK consists of Java Development Tools and a JRE. So what are these Java development tools which any Java developer requires? You have seen already 2 out of many. Java compiler, .java to .class translation to your platform independent bytecode. Java for launching the JVM, starting the JVM. There is Java P, which works as a disassembler, decompiler. There is a jar tool for creating jar files, creating bundles, like how we have zips, we have tars, you have rars, you have a Java archival format, jar files. If you are sharing the jar file, see at the end means really end of core Java, I'll show you creating a jar file. It's just a very simple one. You have jar tool, but if you want to share your jars containing the .class files to your peer, to your partner, to over the net, it is better idea to sign it digitally. So there is something called as jar signer tools. And earlier, ancient, there used to be applets and applet viewer. But if you see JDK 11, which is what I'm showing you later, it is all deprecated. It is all gone. Deprecated means obsolete. So the next Java version can throw it away. So I'll not talk about applet viewer. Anyway, so stick to the points. What does Java JDK consists of? It has two partitions. One is Java development tools and other is JRE. So I hope everyone is clear here. I have a question. Where will you find all these applications? So if you are working in Windows, typically you have program files, Java, JDK, and bin folder will have it. If you are working on Unix based system, you will have somewhere, I don't know where you are going to extract it. So suppose /user/lib, that is where you will have Java, JDK, and bin, in short in bin folder. Okay, now come to the more interesting part. Java divides this development into two parts. One is the compile time. I mean, it's not compile time, but yes, one is compile time, one is runtime. So what does a JRE stand for? JRE stands for Java Runtime Environment. Now, JRE itself can be split into two logical portions. So what are the two parts of JRE? One is Java API libraries. Tell me the class which we were talking recently about, scanner. So what is it coming from? It is coming from java.util, and I just discussed the API, has next, etc. So these are the Java API libraries. And the second part, which is the heart of Java, is JVM. Okay, so this later, focus here. So now, how are these Java API libraries distributed? How it is made available to us? Answer is in the jar files. So what is a jar file consisting of? It consists of, what does it stand for? Abbreviation. Full form is Java archival format. So this is, I'm telling you the structure for JDK 1.8. JDK 11 changes it altogether. So here, Java home means, don't feel lost. Java home means the name of the folder where you have installed JDK. So for example, if I just talk about it, you find it vague. Of course, you will find it vague. So here, let me take you there. So in the C drive, I've got program files. I've got Java. And this is my earlier version. So this is your Java home. And so under Java home, you have bin, JRE, etc. folders. This is for JDK 1.8, which is in your contents. But I don't want you to use it because it is really, I won't say obsolete or anything. Most of the industries are still working on Java 8. But since it is reaching the end of license cycle by September, I don't want you to use that. So please upgrade at least to JDK 11, not beyond that. So coming back to the point, this is what the JDK bin folder is. And can you see? So this is called, sorry, I lost the point. This is called as the Java home. And when I take you a minute later to Java 11, this is what is your Java home there. But the folder structures are slightly different. Coming back to Java 8, focus. Under that, you will find a JRE folder. And under that, you will find a lib folder, lib standing for library. And there is a very important jar file. There's something called as rt.jar. See this. You will see there are so many jar files. You have not extracted. I've not asked you to download this. So rt.jar stands for runtime. So all the Java APIs are bundled in that. So come back to my basic summary picture. So you will not feel lost that too many things she's saying. You won't feel that. So stick to summary. So here, Java API libraries, where are they distributed into? I mean, how are they distributed? They are distributed in the jar file format. What does jar stand for? Java archival format. And under Java home, wherever you have installed JDK, you will find a JRE folder, and below that you will find rt.jar standing for runtime jar. Now, little more details. This is a good slide, summary slide. You definitely go through that. Coming back. So what does any jar file consist of, you know? It is bundled. Bundled means archived. Bundled packaged classes. You will see not even a single Java class is without a package. Tell me. You have seen string class. It belongs to java.lang. You have seen system class, java.lang. Scanner, java.util, etc. Print stream, java.io, etc. So these are all bundled package classes bundled into a jar file. Little bit of theory, compulsory. Then is, okay, which is the default available package? Everyone knows it, java.lang. And these are the additional packages. Whenever we require, we will take it. We will use it. So for example, for reading the data from the text file, in file handling days, not today, not now, not in this week also, later, we will import a class file reader from java.io. So this is all bundled into RTJAR. Now the next point is very, very important. Again, a highlighter. I mean, like 10,000 feet view. I'm not yet entering at the ground level because this is your first day. So what is heart of Java is Java virtual machine. So if I ask you, what is the simple question, simple answer. What is the role of the JVM? It is two-word answer, load and execute. What is the job of the JVM? Load and execute. So what does it load? It loads, listen to my statement, all the Java classes or required Java classes, A or R. Tell me, is it going to load all the Java classes or only required? Even if you say java.util.start, required classes. So there will be something called as class loader. I'll talk about it. And then it is going to start the execution. But can it directly execute it, or does it have to do the translation first? Of course, it has to do the translation, runtime interpretation to convert platform independent bytecodes, intermediate bytecodes to native codes, and then start the execution. So if you look into the JVM architecture, what are the building blocks? Again, superficially. So the first block, when you enter the JVM, it is the class loader. So there are different types of class loaders, different stages, 3 stages of class loading. All that is detailed, not today. So when you talk about JVM class loader, the job of the JVM's class loader is to load, there's a spelling mistake here, ignore that, excuse that, load the required classes in the JVM's memory. So I'll see if time permits today, tomorrow sometime, I'll show you the JVM architecture as in JVM memories. So there is a special area called as method area, which is analogous, which is similar to your text segment. So that is where all the required classes are loaded. But as everyone knows, write once, run anywhere. So the compiler has just given you the code which is interpretable by the JVM. So here is your runtime translator. But like I said, if there are too many hotspots means, okay, a piece of code which has to be executed very frequently, it is called as a hotspot. So today I'm giving you readme JIT, do read that. So hotspot profiling will be done, hotspot identification will be done, and those hotspots will be converted into what? Native code. So who does this conversion? Your JIT compiler, just-in-time compiler. So is it a runtime compiler or is it a compile time compiler? It's a runtime compiler. There are two compilers. One is your JavaC, .java to .class, static. And then in the runtime, dynamically, you got a dynamic interpretation translation happening which is your just-in-time compiler, and which keeps the native code in a special memory area called as native code cache. Okay, so that is the thing. And then of course there is a hotspot profiler to help this. But if there are certain instructions which are not executed multiple times, it is always a trade-off between a speed and a memory. So here, then it will not get converted into a native code, and it will get interpreted just in runtime. But there is one more component which I have not written here, garbage collector. So it is the garbage collector which makes Java stand out from your C, C++ and all that. So, but again, today is the first day. So even if you understand, JVM's job is to load the required classes in a memory and start the execution after the interpretation. That is good enough. So quick recap. We are talking about JDK, JRE, JVM. Answers are in front of you. So what are the two parts of JDK? Java Developer Tools and the Java Runtime, JRE. So what are the examples of Java Developer Tools? So many examples I have quoted. You open your JDK bin and you will see tons of applications. Okay, so these are all development tools. Next one. What does JRE consist of? The runtime libraries bundled typically in a jar file, and then you have a JVM, which is the heart of Java, which is responsible for loading the Java classes, required Java classes, and executing the stuff. So this is your overview of JDK 1.8. I mean, JDK 8 kind of structure. But if you really see, are you understanding this? I mean, because I did not get any comment at all. So I hope you are hearing and you are understanding. So now if I take you to JDK 11, it has a slightly different structure. Wait a second, I lost it. I'll say this again slowly and clearly. Your contents are only talking about Java 8. But since the version I asked you to download was Java 11, I should tell you this. So Java development tools, some of the obsolete tools are gone. Old version tools are gone. And in Java, so but the additional tool, they have brought out with a lot of additional tools. And when you talk about a JRE, Java runtime environment, the Java virtual machine, internally the garbage collection part has been enhanced. But what is the real addition from JDK 9 onwards, is the modular system. It is called a JPMS, Java Packaging Module System, package-based module system. So listen to this carefully. I'm not getting too much into it because it is not in your contents, but I should tell you something. So let me ask you a question. What does a package consist of? Simple question, simple answer. Tell me. Anyone wants to tell me? What does a package consist of? Anyone wants to answer? It consists of a better answer, functionally similar classes. Okay, so package consists of functionally similar classes in the similar manner. Wait a second, it takes me a time, to swap. Similarly, now packages from JDK 9 onwards are bundled into modules. So what is a module consisting of? Module consists of functionally similar packages. This is only from Java 9 onwards. So hear me carefully. Till Java 8, we just had packages. So what does a package consist of? Functionally similar classes, interfaces, enums, exceptions, annotations, etc. Over. Story over. But from Java 9 onwards, typically in modern Java, it is called. Later, Java 1.8 onwards, it is modern Java. But Java 9 onwards, they are preferring a module-based system. Okay, so what is a module? Module consists of functionally similar packages, and packages internally have the functionally similar classes. So guys, till Java 8, we had to load, whenever you were loading the JRE or runtime system, all the packages used to get loaded. Not in the memory runtime, in the runtime, only the required classes, but the JDK used to be huge. So on your smart devices, mobile devices and all that, it used to be too much to load the JDK. But now what they have done is they are giving you the option to load only the module which you require, and which is the module we require for our programming. I mean, basic programming is the module is called as java.base. So let me show you something. Give me a second. So wait a second, because then you start, I'm not saying you'll understand everything, but at least you start getting the feel of it. So I'm taking you once again back to index page. This is Java 11. So if you say I did not understand it fully, I'll say, okay, let it pass. But if you understand something, it is good as an additional thing on your profile. So here, I'm talking about Java 11, as you can see. So it has Java SE, Java Standard Edition, and a JDK. We are not talking about it. Now, JDK you don't require. So can you see? Now it is all modularized. So Java runtime libraries are distributed into modules, and which is the module we are going to use all the time is your java.base. Okay, so if you click on java.base as a module, you can see that. So here defines the foundation basic APIs of Java SE platform. The module name is java.base. It has been introduced into Java, community since JDK 1.9. And what does a module consist of? Nothing but packages. So they are telling you these are the packages, which are like how we have JavaScript modular system, modules in JavaScript. So here I'm talking about modular system in Java. Okay, and you can see java.lang, java.io, java.nio. All these are coming from your java.base module. So I can't spend too much time on this because we have, this is like a out of context thing, but you should know that Java 9 onwards, what is the holder of functionally similar packages? What is it called? Is a module, or in rephrased manner, one module can consist of functionally similar packages. Okay, if I get time, I can't promise you because as it is, we have a lot of contents to cover. If I get time, I'll show you how to create a module and add your own packages and add your own classes to it. There's something called as module info and all that. So this is what I wanted to tell you regarding JDK, JRE, and a JVM. Okay, so just one word you remember, Java goes modular or starts creating a module-based system from JDK 1.9 onwards. Next thing. So this was just to give you JDK versus JRE versus JVM. But now I can't force you, like I don't want to also force you, but I would suggest now what diagram I'm going to show you is worth drawing. But even if you don't draw it, I'm sharing this diagram as a help so you can take your own call. So now I want to go little deeper into, I told you JDK, JRE, JVM. So this is, I know it's your first day with me. So I want to tell you some idea, give you a overview of a JVM architecture. So if you are sitting here with some paint kind tools or piece of pen and paper, you can definitely draw it because this is extremely important diagram. So the title is, I'll wait in case anyone wants to draw it and all. But like I said, if you don't want to draw it, fine. It is already drawn and it is going to take some time to understand. So what is the title of this diagram? JVM Architecture Overview. Is it in complete details? No. It is just a block diagram to get you started with a JVM. That's the whole idea. So have a look at it. I'll start explaining. Just let me know. Are you drawing or are you not drawing? If you're not drawing, I can start right away. Are you going to draw this, guys? You're drawing it? Okay, okay. So I'll tell you. If you're drawing it, this is how you should do it. So don't draw the whole diagram. I will tell you in a modular blockwise manner. So give the title please as JVM Architecture Overview and just draw this much only. I will explain a block, you draw it. The first one. class files and that. Only super important stuff I'll ask you to draw. For example, memory diagrams and all, I will definitely ask you to draw. That gives you a lot of confidence and a lot of understanding. So all you have written is a title here, JVM architecture overview. And now let me start just explaining this much. So if I say Java C -d /bin test.java, how many dot class files will be generated? Tell me, how many dot class files will be generated? I want the proper answer. Will it be one or will it be one per class definition? Answer is one per class definition. Okay, so that is the correct answer. And so those class files are going to be loaded by whom? The first block of JVM is class loader subsystem. Okay, so this is your first block. Later, I'll tell you details about class loader subsystem, not today. So today I'm going superficial, surface level. So what is the job of a class loader subsystem? You can add, because I have not written here, to load required classes in JVM's memory. I'll repeat the question and answer. Class loader subsystem you have drawn. So just add a tag here and say, what is the job of it? Loads required classes in the JVM's memory. That is the job of a class loader subsystem. Load required classes in the JVM's memory. Next one. But when I say memory, where does it get loaded? So for that, super important discussion begins now. Runtime data areas. So before I go too much into detail, listen to this. When you say Java followed by test or Java followed by test scanner or whatever, you are launching a JVM. So what is a JVM? JVM is nothing but a process which is sitting on the which is sitting on the top of your operating system. I'll repeat the statement again. I said, when you launch the Java application, don't feel lost. Here, how do I launch the Java application? Just do this. This is where you are launching the Java application. So what is happening? You are starting a process. You are launching a process on the top of your operating system. So now operating system will give the part of the memory, RAM. Okay, so part of the memory will be given by it gives each and every process, be it your pen, be it your Eclipse IDE, be it your whatever, I mean some photo editor or whatever, or Word document, I mean MS Word or whatever, it is going to give the piece of memory. Now JVM will split this memory into logical portions. So I'll wait here for a minute. Now draw runtime data areas and just write this much. I'll start explaining. You are drawing this middle section, middle part. So I hope you have written it. Otherwise, you can start writing whenever I'm discussing. So which memory areas are super important to a developer like us? The first three. But I want to complete the discussion. By the way, this diagram is taken from the book Inside JVM or JVM Specifications. So whatever I've written is my contribution, but the basic diagram is all formal. Coming back. So now let me start explaining the memory areas, runtime data areas from left to right. So let us start with the first one. What is the name of the first one? Method area. So read this whole thing and I'll explain. So what is method area called? From JDK 1.8 onwards, it is called as metaspace. just a piece of information. It's additional information. But in interviews, people can ask you anything. So what it was called earlier, it was called perm gen space, standing for permanent generation space. So you'll say, okay, the name has changed. Not just the name has changed. So when we were in earlier versions, ancient versions such as Java, JDK 1.7 and all, this permgen space was fixed in size. So when your application complexity grows and when you are loading more and more classes, we used to get we used to get out of memory exceptions, because there used to be a limited method area to load the Java classes. Soon it used to go, soon it used to be exhausted. So what is the main difference from JDK 1.7 or from that permgen space to meta spaces? Is meta space fixed in size? Answer is no. Meta space is directly memory allocated from the native computer's RAM, virtual memory of your computer, which is, of course, you will say that is also limited. I get it. But till the time you don't exhaust that, you will never get out of memory error. So I'll quickly recap. These are all the new terms to you. So of course, I'll keep revising. So here, what is the first area we are discussing? The memory section is method area. What is the name of the method area Java 8 onwards? Metaspace. Is it fixed in size or is it growable? Answer is it is growable because it is directly memory allocated from the native computer's RAM. Actually, RAM or program counter, registers and all is all internal, but it is taken from operating system directly. So now, this is why Java 1.8 onwards, you will hardly get out of memory errors, even when you are having large projects. That was the point number 1. Now you should know what is it which is stored in this method area. So what is added in this method area typically is, I'm telling you in small details, larger details will fill up later. So the loaded class information. So let us talk in point. Otherwise, you feel lost and then you feel sleepy. So if I say, for example, I say Java test, Java space test. So that test.class will have to be loaded somewhere. So where it is going to be loaded? Answer is in the meta space. Or this test class has a main function, main method. Main has the argument of string array. So where all these classes are going to be loaded? Answer is in the meta space, in the method area. So loaded class information is kept there. Tomorrow onwards, when we start drawing the memory diagrams with the objects, references, classes, I'm going to start from scratch. I'm going to start tomorrow encapsulation by saying what is a class, what is an object, etc. So that time, the loaded class information will be stored, or the class information will be stored in the meta space. Now the important next statement. Listen to this carefully. How many copies of the method area will you have in a single JVM? Answer is one single copy. All these answers will become very important when I take you to multi-threading in Java, guys. So please listen carefully. How many method areas will be there per JVM? Answer is one single method area per JVM. Okay. Now, additional things I'm just telling you in detail. Whenever we create a static data member, whenever we add a code, constructors, business logic methods and all, they are all loaded in metaspace, or also called as method area. So I hope you have finished noting this. Have you? You're wrong. One per class. I don't know what you said. So the method area is not one per class. It is one per JVM. So one single copy for entire JVM. Okay. So this is your method area. Now shift to the next one. What is the next one? That is called as the Java heap, or some authors also call this as object heap. So first question, let's see whether anyone knows it. How many copies of heap will be there in a JVM? I'll give you two options. One single copy or one copy per thread. Answer is one single copy. Listen to this. It is all very important and popular questions. One single copy of method area, one single copy of heap will be shared across multiple threads belonging to the same JVM. If you are seeing what she is saying on the first day and all, what threads, what process, don't worry. Let me take you to multi-threading. Everything will be explained. But since I'm saying something in JVM architecture, just keep noting. So here, read this. This is nothing but your Java object heap. And how many copies of heaps would be there? One single copy in entire JVM. So when I take you to threads and when we create multiple threads, T1, T2, T3, T4, something, how many copies of method area it will have? One. How many copies of heap it will share? One single copy. About stacks, I will say differently. Now, in Java heap, Java object heap, I know this is little object oriented. Don't worry, even if you don't know the answers. But every object has two things. It has a state, it has a behavior. I'm sorry for that. This is a topic I'm going to take tomorrow. But since I'm writing, I'm using the words I should tell you. Every Java object has a state and a behavior. But if I don't take examples, you'll be lost. So, famous example, student. So if I say you are students, I'm faculty. So if I say I want to represent a student, how will you represent a student? What will be the attributes? What will be the what will be the state of a student? You tell me some things, I'll correct you if required. When I say I want to represent, thanks Surya. So tell me, this one, what is the state? I mean, sorry, what are the, can you tell me what is it about the state of the student? Exactly. Student ID, student name, ID or roll number, PRN, marks, age, address, gender, so many. Are you getting it? Hitendra, don't break the flow. We are not talking about multiple JVMs. Right now, just focus on single JVM. And whatever I say will get added per JVM. So as simple as that. Okay. So now, these are called as the state data members, right? Now, I want to, okay, so I'll say, I want to, sort the students as per your GPA, as per your marks. So that is the functionality. Sort students as per the GPA. Or other functionality I can think of it, display student details. Or set up an exam. Or, whatever functionality. So that is called as the behavior. So what are the two things associated with any object? One is state and one is behavior. So you will see later means tomorrow, you will see that the state is nothing but the data members. Non-static data members is nothing but the state of the object. And now let me come to the point. The state of the object is equal to non-static data members. Only those are stored in the object heap. Guys, I'm sorry for this. Sorry for this means little bit ahead of time. But because why it is ahead of time, I have not yet discussed what is class, what is object, even though you might be having an idea. But I need to do it from scratch. Coming back to this, tomorrow when we create a employee class object or your student class object or your whatever stocks instance, flight instances and all, you will know better. So let me not derail it. Let me not make it too much in detail. What is it we have? We have object heap. In object heap, which of the following will be stored? Your choices are state, behavior, both or neither. Tell me, just pick up one option. I'll say on the object heap, Java object heap, which of the following will be stored? Is it state or is it behavior? Answer is state only. Where is behavior? Where is all that information is loaded? On the method area, in the method area. So that code, bytecode files, the class information in method area, equivalent to your text segment. And this is where is the state. And one single copy will be shared across all the threads belonging to the same JVM. Okay, so that is your second part. And Hitendra, I think, asked me in between, if I have got, listen to this, now I'm answering, I'm coming to you. Suppose you have got 10 Java applications. When I say it, think of it. I'm running in one command prompt. Java test1. That's launching your first JVM. Then in second command prompt or terminal, Java test2, imagine Java test10. So tell me, how many JVMs are we running? 1 or 10? Of course, 10. So 10 Java processes are running. So naturally, how many method areas would be there? Answer is 1 per JVM, Hitendra. So how many method areas? 10. How many heaps? 10. That was the explanation. So first understand everything within a JVM, and then you just have to scale it up to multiple JVMs as easy. Now the third and one of the again important areas, Java stacks. See notice something, notice a plural here. So you can guess immediately. Let's see. How many stacks would be created in a single JVM? I'm giving you options. 1 stack in the entire JVM or 1 per thread. First option or second option. Answer is multiple stacks are created, 1 per thread. So please read this. Java stack within a JVM is created 1 per thread. So immediately think in numbers, simple. Suppose you write a multi-threaded application. Not today, don't get scared. Let us come to the end of core Java, and the last topic in core Java is threads. So suppose I want to divide it into parallel tasks. So suppose there are 10 threads. Tell me, how many copies of method area we will have? 1 single copy. How many areas of heap you will have? 1 copy. But how many stacks you will have? Answer is 10. So that is how you understand in numbers. You understand it so well. So how many stacks? Answer is 1 per thread. Now each stack is, divided into stack frames. So individual stack, read this later. Individual stack consists of stack frames. And stack frame is nothing but 1 stack frame per a method call, per a function call. Everything will be clear in next 5 minutes. Just give me those minutes. So when you talk about, see this, I'm repeating. 1 thread, 1 stack per thread, and 1 stack can have multiple stack frames. Next picture will show you that. But what is it which you will have on a stack frame? This is what I have given you. So whatever you declare within a function, functions are called as methods in Java. So method local information is all pushed onto the stack. When I say stack, the next word you should remember is, you should think of it as push and pop. Okay, so what is that method local information, guys? Method arguments, the parameters you are passing. Any temporary local variables which you create within a method. See, if I talk vague, you feel lost, and you are right in feeling lost. So here, look at this. Main is nothing but a special method. Just a method. So here, when you declare this, it is a method local variable. So all method local variables are memory allocated on stack. Even this command line argument array, string array, this is nothing but a method argument, will be memory allocated on stack. More on this tomorrow with actual memory pictures. So that is it. And in addition to that, method arguments, local variables, and whatever return types, return values, they will be all stored on the stack. But if I say this, you may or may not get the clarity. So pause this picture, suspend this, and let me show you another diagram. Those who are not writing it, no issues, no harm done. Everything is here. And whatever you want me to draw extra, I can always draw it on a pen, whiteboard. So look at this code first. Don't jump into this complex looking picture. It's not complex, but please give me time. So imagine this is your class test, and this is your public static void main with array command line arguments. Now focus, stay here. So suppose there is some dots is some code, system.out.println in main, any code. Now what is happening is, let us say main is calling another method m1. So what is m1? Another method. So main is calling m1. In the body of method m1, m1 is calling another method m2. And in the body of m2, m2 is calling m3. Are my statements clear? Because on that basis, I'm going to discuss. So here, I'll repeat quickly. Main is calling M1. M1 is calling M2. M2 is calling M3. Are we clear so far? Don't look at the picture. Is the statements, is this box clear? Tell me yes or no, please. So I hope, because sometimes, my chat gets hung because of too many messages. So I hope these statements are clear. Now, you have to see we are discussing a stack. But before I say the stack completely, I have to say something. So again, you see, I'm taking you little bit in the deeper part. I need my whiteboard here. So here, when you launch the application, I'm going to revise all this. First 10-15 minutes of every morning session, do not miss. Because that is when I revise the important concepts of earlier day. So coming back to the point here, see this. And if you're feeling that, okay, on first day she's bombarding us with so many, don't worry. These are the important fundamentals which we will keep repeating almost every day. Not every day, but yes, 2-3 days. Coming back. When you say Java test, what is it you are launching? Is the starting the JVM. Am I audible? Because I'm not, I somehow in between, I don't get the messages. Am I audible, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for unmuting and answering, because my chat is all hung because of so many messages. Let me go back to pen. Give me a moment. Okay. So when you say Java test, everyone knows we are starting. This is where I'm saying you are launching a Java application, launching a JVM. Okay. I'm trying to say things in a slow manner. So when you launch the JVM itself is going to create two parallel flow of controls. And what is this flow of control going to be represented by? Nothing but a thread. So am I starting the discussion on the thread on the first day? Absolutely not. But in order to understand the stack and the stack frame, this much information is compulsory. So let me repeat. When you launch the JVM, let it be Java test scanner, Java calculator, anything. Whenever you are launching the JVM itself creates two system threads. System means built-in threads. These are not your threads. So those who are not having a single clue about thread just represents a separate flow of control. So see that. So which are the two threads it creates? I'm just drawing the threads. So here, the two threads it creates, the first one is super important today, next one tomorrow. So here, the name of the thread is main thread. And guess smartly, what must be the job of the main thread? Anyone wants to respond? The job of the main thread is search for a starting point. Exactly. So look for public static void main. So it searches PSVM, public static void main. If it doesn't find, it will tell you main method is not found. So please add the main method of this type. And after it finds the main method, it simply starts the sequential execution. So main thread searches for public static void main and starts sequential. And starts its sequential execution. So who is going to be the thread? Which is going to be the thread which will call your main method? Answer is main thread. So this is the one of the system thread, which is what we use all the time. I'm not sure whether you are observing. So just I would like to show you. So here, let's say it was expecting an ID, employee ID integer. I say this and I press enter. What is going to happen? It is going to continue to first name, or is it going to throw you the exception? Error or continuation, E or C? It is a Zoom issue, yeah. So tell me, this one, are you going to get an error or are you going to get a continuation with the code? You did not understand? I'll ask you again, because I get the delay sometimes. It's so Horrible. Anyway, so you are going to get an exception. That point you have already covered. I have already covered. So watch carefully now. So I told you some time ago. Now you have a better idea. See this. So when you say exception in thread main, what does that tell you? This is our POC, proof of concept. So it is telling you that runtime error, exception is equal to runtime error. And why it is saying runtime error in thread main? It is the main thread who has called you a main method, and main method has got an exception. So keep the things light and clear for today at least. So this is your main thread, which will call a main method. And then there is an amazing thread, kind of a magician for us, is a garbage collector. I am not definitely starting garbage collector so late today. Okay, so focus on main thread. I know I'm looking at time. I'll keep track of time. Don't worry. So main thread job is to start this thing, execution of the main method. So answer me if you're still there. If I say there are two system threads, can you tell me in any application here, how many stacks do you visualize? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, just options. Tell me how many stacks you have. Of course, 2 stacks. But leave garbage collector aside. Ignore garbage collector. So how many stacks you will have? 1 for main thread and differently for garbage collector. Everyone has that idea. Now come to my picture. Where is that? I lost it. Take a second. Yeah, here I have it. Java stacks. Now watch carefully. You might have forgotten. Don't worry. Whatever I'm saying and whatever is not clear, of course, I'm going to repeat and revise in the tomorrow's first 15 minutes or whatever. Coming back. So this is your main. Now, can you see this? I've already given the names. So imagine that this is the, they have shown it for, this is also taken from JVM picture, JVM book. So they are showing how many stacks to you guys? 1 per thread. So if it is really a multi-threaded application having thread 1, thread 2 and thread 3, how many stacks will you visualize? 3 threads. I'm so sorry. 3 stacks, 1 per thread. Now understand what does an individual, you ignore these two. We are not into multiple threads. But we have a main thread, programmer created or JVM created, P or J. JVM created. It is all built in. It is all system thread. Okay. So please focus on this. This is nothing but your main threads stack. Imagine. Now let me start asking you the questions. Don't look at this picture. I'm going to verbally describe it. So now imagine that main thread has called, main thread I said, has called the main function, main method. So initially the stack is all empty. So can you tell me now, which will be the stack frame? Whose stack frame will be pushed on the main stack? Whose stack frames? Stack frame is corresponding to the method call. So which is the method call which has happened? Main. So which will be on the top of the stack? Which will be the only one stack frame on the stack? Will be the mains. Okay. So think of it as a, I mean, don't look at this. This is the final picture. So how many stack frames you are drawing? 1. What is it you are labeling? Main stack frame. Okay. So this is the picture so far. This is the story so far. Next one. Now the control comes to this line where main is calling M1. Another method invocation. Now can you tell me what will be the picture of your stack? What will be on the top of the stack? And what will be under this? Already I got the answer. The top of the stack frame will be M1 and it will be pushing down, the bottom frame will be main. So can you visualize M1 at the top and main at the bottom? Only 2 stack frames. And give me a second. I'm not able to minimize. So the picture will be M1 followed by main. So now we are in through M1. Now it is just a repeat run. If M1 calls M2, can you tell me the story on the stack in the top to down manner? Which will be the topmost frame naturally? Main has called M1 and now you are, M1 has called M2 and you are in M2. So it will be M2, M1 and main. How many stack frames are we talking about? 3 stack frames. And finally, when M2 calls M3 and you are executing, your main thread is executing M3, what will be the memory picture on the stack, guys? M3, M2, M1, and bottommost will be main. Okay. Now, looking at time, I'm wrapping up just in 2 minutes. So now imagine M3 method returns. The moment method 3 returns, can you guess? I mean, it's an easy guess. Can you tell me what will be popped out from the stack? Whose stack frame will be popped out from the stack? Naturally, M3's top of the stack. Stack is a LIFO. Last in, first out. Okay. So the M3's content, M3's local variables, M3's context all gone. Now, M2 returns. Which stack frame will be popped out naturally? M2 stack frame will be popped out. Which is the stack frame on the top? M1 followed by main. So you know the story. I mean, you can guess. Now M1 returns. Control comes here. So M1 stack frame is popped out. Only stack frame on the stack is main. And when the main function returns, even the main stack frame is returned. I mean, popped out from it, and the main thread will be all empty. Main thread stack will be all empty. So I know to some of you, this may sound, or to all of you, I don't know really. This can sound complex. So I'm stopping right here. And whatever I said in the last 10, 15 minutes or whatever worth revising and all that, we will definitely do that tomorrow. So if you see, I have just come to the Java stacks, and what is that PC registers, native methods and all will continue in tomorrow's session. Guys, you are meeting me for the first time today. So in the lab session, just give me a minute, Ankush. So in the lab session, I'll be providing all this in the zip file. So please open, there will be assignments. Assignments not always meaning solving assignment. This is go through assignment also. So for every lab faculty, I want to keep all the labs at the same level. So for the lab faculty's help also, I write the sequence. And please follow the same sequence. So first, little bit of revision, going through the code samples, whatever we discussed. I'm going to share some of the ready-made code samples also with you. So I'll ask you to go through that and guess the output. And then there will be some solving assignments. So that is how it is going to be on a daily basis. So see, one of the labs I'm handling today. So similar pattern every lab faculty will be following. So yeah, before I say log off and all, is there any specific question? How many stack frames? Just one word answer, Nancy. Stack frames, how many stack frames? One per method invocation. One per method call, those many stack frames. Don't worry. Tomorrow, my starting point, the revision will be from this point onwards. That will be all. Let us have a lunch break and see you in the labs. I'll be uploading it in the meanwhile. You are all most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. And have a nice day, ma'am.